morning. Please, thank you for commenting. And if you can share it out to your network. That would be really exciting. I'm going to be reading You Are the Expert of You. Oh my God, I don't have my microphone on. Crap. All right. It's all right. Everybody act natural. Okay. Sweetheart, will you tell me if I'm so funny. I just realized I didn't put my mic on. All right, I'm glad you're all there because I'm going to need your help. Letting me know if you can hear me. Hold on. All right, here we go. I know, it's finally time. Yay. Okay, on the Instagram side. Oh, good. Can you hear me now? Is it better? All right, awesome. Okay, cool. Yay. Oh my gosh, and we have people on I want to hear, let me see. I'm live on Facebook, LinkedIn, YouTube, everywhere. All right. Here we go, everybody. Oh, Sarah, Trisha, Hillary. Oh my gosh. Dan. Thank you, Sandra. Okay, so here we are. We're finally here. It's been 7 years. Many of you here know that this has been a long time coming. And I will be reading, this book is very personal to me. It basically got me through some dark times and took a lot to write, to be real and authentic with the process. And it's interesting because this is my life's work. And I'm very committed to inspiring people to heal. I think it is the most revolutionary act when we work on healing ourselves and inspire that healing in others. Please know, as I'm reading, I'm working on all of this. Everything I'm sharing with you, I'm actively working on it myself. So I'm grateful you're here. Oh, Maciel, thank you. Thank you, Donovan. Okay, so let's go. You Are the Expert of You, a guide for unleashing your inner genius. Woohoo! It's here. Dedication. Most everyone that I wanted to be here is here for this dedication. Please hear me with your heart. This, I think and pray for you. And I believe in you and you inspire me so much. I was thinking of you. Hi, Georgette. I'm so happy you're here. Thank God you're here too. So I dedicate this book to little Carla, who knew she was perfect and connected with her inner genius frequently and never stopped believing in her beautiful connection to God. This book is also dedicated and inspired by the young people in my life that I've had the blessing to watch, to connect with. I may not get to see you or be with you all the time, or maybe our connections, were brief because we're separated by geography. But please know that this is for you. I pray you never forget, because Fabian Caldwell, Alejandro Caldwell, Leo Caldwell, Aiden Mixon, Alethea Pearson, Ashton Mixon, Ava Mixon, Cameron, Cam, Roberto, Danielito Combs, Donovan Hallmark, Forever Collins, Geneva Lober Miller, Jessica Redway, John Pearson, Jordan Pearson, Justice Splat, King Redway, Leslie Dowling McClelland, Mackay Saunders, Malia Collins, Mark Oboma. And Mark, you were the first young person in my life. So don't forget, I'm always rooting for you. Nadia Combs, Sophia Hallmark, Trinity Splat, and Xavier Redway. You all embody what I'm writing about, and you embody, you just have that connection. And I just hope you never forget that you are the expert of you. No one knows you better. And please know I'm always rooting for you. Okay, so here we go. A letter to my reader. Dear reader, I have a secret. I know what I'm writing is true, and at the same time, I'm still working on all the practices I share in this book. For the past 3 years, I've delayed the release of this book because it feels hypocritical to release something I have not yet mastered. I've prayed long and hard about this, and the message is clear. I must release this book because its message and tools must be shared. My relationship with my inner genius began with my first memory, and I will continue for the rest of my life. It is a journey. Some days I am one with my inner genius, and many days I forget. But I keep coming back with the intention of staying connected longer and longer. What I know for sure is that when I'm connected to my inner genius, everything is better. This book guides you to actualize your best self by believing you are the expert of you. It takes practice and persistence to look inward and to build the muscle of listening to yourself. I hope this message reaches your mind and heart. You are incredible and truly unique. Your perfection is awe-inspiring. Everything about you is meant to be everything. I believe you may have adopted a few misconceptions in your lifetime. Any part of you that believes others know you better than yourself is a misconception and a lie. You may think you are alone and feel disconnected. This is also a misconception. You can choose to connect to your inner genius at any time. You are never alone. This book is meant to inspire and awaken the inner genius, the expert in you. I believe in you. I know if you are willing to listen and tune in, you will find the answers and the next best steps to everything you are seeking. It's all inside you. This book is a practical guide with simple exercises and questions to help you strengthen your ability to listen to yourself. You will empower yourself by listening to the voice within. Whether I've met you or not, you matter to me so much. I'm deeply invested in you embracing your inner genius and accepting you are the expert of you to live your best life. When you live your best life, you inspire everyone within your sphere of influence to do the same. Would you like to know the secret to living your best life? Are you ready for it? You are the secret. You're it. Your health and happiness hinge on you taking responsibility and accepting this. Knowing yourself helps you make the best moment to moment decisions. It helps you identify small steps to lead you to your best life. You are the expert of you. You have an inner genius you can connect to anytime you choose. Anytime you choose. And I am rooting for you. I want to take a moment to thank my friends and family who are here. And I I'm just beyond grateful. Sandrita, I see you. Dio, I see you. Molly, I see you. Carrie, I see you. Maciel, Sarah, Marianne, thank you for being here. Trisha, if I'm not naming your name, Mark, thank you. Thank you for being here. Okay. Um, I have to say that there were so many times. Yeah, Dio, it is. It is on time. You know who needs this book the most? I'm going to be real with all of you right here. And I'm glad you all are here. And I'm so glad Nadia and Danielito. Oh, I love you both so much. Thank you for being here. Sandrita, thank you. Okay. And my husband, who had a family emergency, he's in the air. So let's send him good wishes. I'm going to be reading this. I don't know how long it's going to take me. I do not expect you all to stay, but please, if you want to help me reach more people, I've added the link. It's in my bio. It's at www.carlacaldwell.com. Buy the Kindle version. It's also available in print, but buy the Kindle version. It's only $2. And leave a review, an honest review. That will help me reach more people. Okay. Oh, I'm so glad. Raquel, thank you for being here. Oh my gosh, Evan. All right, here we go. We got to get started because, I mean, I'm going to be here all day, and please pray that I don't lose my voice. So here we go. First part, my story. Your life is your story, and the adventures ahead of you is the journey to fulfill your own purpose and potential by Kerry Washington. Learning I'm the expert of me is a continuous journey. In my youngest days, I was connected to this knowledge, connected like this. I knew it. I lived life from this place, but as time passed, I became more and more disconnected. Thankfully, in my adult years, there were three significant encounters that reignited my connection to my inner genius. One, when I left everything in my comfort zone and lived out of my truck and backpack for 2 years. And Molly, I'm happy you're here because Molly, you really lit a fire under my bottom and inspired me to think of a different way of living, traveling, facing fears, going places where I didn't know languages. And you were a part of my life when I started yoga. So I'm glad you're here. Thank you. Number two, when I gave birth to my children, that definitely connected me. And when I wrote my first book. So the first significant time I encountered my inner genius was in my early 20s. I had 3 jobs. I feel like I had more. Dio, you would know because you and I were together working at all of these jobs and living together on Limberlost. Hey to Limberlost to pay for living expenses and college. I worked hard to pay for college and I failed half of my classes. I don't understand why I had 5 jobs and kept trying to do something where I failed half my classes, but it is what it is. It was not an ideal time. I needed to take a break from college and travel. I felt it so strongly, but I kept dismissing it because I was scared and I kept thinking, what would they think? F they, right? That's all I have to say about that. I was in college and miserable. I changed my major so many times, but it didn't feel right. I kept praying for answers, seeking solutions. I was so tired. I went to counselors, religious experts, my parents, and friends. I asked anyone who would answer. I started reading every book I could, and my depression and frustration grew. During this frustrating time, there was a phrase that caught my attention. The phrase I learned from my favorite author, Carolyn Mace, connected. This is not an exact quote, but as I remember it on this cassette tape, 'cause I had cassette tapes, she said, "What you fear most is what you should be doing right now. What you fear most is what you should be doing right now." This guidance inspired me to connect to my inner genius. I knew what I needed to do. And honestly, my inner genius had been telling me for some time now to leave school, get out of there, go travel. I'd been ignoring that guidance because it scared me. It really did. This statement to do what I feared most struck a chord. It led me to travel 3,000 miles away to live in a tent. I'd never even been camping. To work in exchange for room and board, to learn from many of the authors I looked up to, including Carolyn Mace, which is a funny story because I finally got to meet her and she's no nonsense, right? And I got to carry her luggage and I was like, I'm here because of you. And she was like, who are you? Can you just please get my bag inside the cabin? Anyways, that's a side note. I ended up traveling to 5 countries by myself. One of those with you, Dio, to become a yoga teacher and live in New York City, where I got to meet Mark. It was incredible. It was not all bliss. Mistakes, disappointments, and many uncomfortable moments were all sandwiched between blissful soul connections, empowerment, and joyous living. What made the biggest impression and impact was that I consistently took time to be still and consulted my inner genius to determine my next moves, solutions to challenges, and healing. I was connecting to the person that mattered most, the person that knew me the best, me. The next time I encountered my inner genius in a big way was during my first pregnancy. I knew I was pregnant the moment my son was conceived. I was really scared because it wasn't planned, and from a conventional perspective, it was bad timing. I was making next to nothing as a yoga teacher. It was not good. Out of fear, I got on my knees and prayed for guidance. God spoke to me and encouraged me to connect to my inner genius. I knew life would be challenging that year, but it would all work out if I could just tune in. If I could just tune in and listen. The message was clear as day to stay connected, pray often, and receive and follow the advice and answers to navigate pregnancy and parenting. My commitment to a healthy and successful pregnancy prompted me to be stronger, braver, and committed to checking in. This, of all the times in my lives, was when I constantly stayed tuned in when I was pregnant. I was constantly asking what to do next. So, what happened in those 9 months? My husband and I married quickly. He was sent to Iraq. I moved by myself to a new town, prepared for my son's birth, and delivered him without any pain medications. The only reason it was possible was that I stayed connected to my inner genius and my faith throughout the process. Oh, thank you, Dennis. I asked my inner genius for guidance, for my personal health and safety. It was such a beautiful time because I was in tune with my needs for rest, hunger, where to go, who to talk to, timing. During the birth of my first son, I stayed connected to my inner genius the entire time. I am convinced this is why he was born healthy and I could last 18 hours. He was 10 pounds, y'all. Like it was nuts. I was fortunate to experience pregnancy and birth magic 2 more times with my middle and youngest son. Makai, I'm so happy you're here. I see you. The third time I deeply connected to my inner genius was when I wrote my first book. I did not know how to write a book, not at all. I'd always wanted to, but I didn't know how to do it. Every time I wrote, I would ask God, help me, guide me. I would listen to my inner genius and take small steps one at a time. That is how my book was written, one small step at a time, consistently checking in. I remember one time feeling so frustrated because I knew what I wanted to write about, but I was blocked. Have you ever been blocked? Not just from writing, but whatever it is you're working on, like just blocked. You don't know where to go next. I prayed and I immediately knew I needed to change the scenery and go to Starbucks. At Starbucks, I should get paid by Starbucks. I named them twice. I was trying to write, and a gentleman, this is a true story, everybody, sitting next to me asked me if I had writer's block. I laughed and I told him yes. He smiled and shared, I'm a writer too. Of course he was. And asked if he could share something that he found helpful. Oh, Andre, hi. Oh, Lige and Jenny, hi. He proceeded to tell me to create an outline for the book. It was so simple. Okay, any of you wanting to write a book, which you all should, because you all have so much to share, make an outline. Make it really easy for yourself. Like, this was key. This guy saved my life. Told me to write an outline. I now use that for everything. I'm so grateful. Listen to this. There's always help when I'm open to it. I got to be open. Sometimes I'm not open to it, but when I am, the help is there. I did not know how the answer would come. I just knew where I needed to go. I'm always humbled by how helpful it is to ask my inner genius for guidance. These 3 life events left an imprint. They showed me, even during challenging times, I could close my eyes, focus my energy, and ask my inner genius for the next best step. Those 3 situations taught me I'm the expert of me. And when I ask, there's always an answer. Always. Every day, I'm learning more and more about trusting in myself. And I keep forgetting to. But then I remember, thank goodness, when I am truly listening to myself, I discover another layer of opportunity. I now accept this will be a lifelong journey. The journey to strengthen my inner genius has included detaching from what others will think. Gotta let that go. Oh my gosh. And refraining from outsourcing. Listen to this, refraining from outsourcing my well being to others. I understand I'm the expert of me. I know myself best. I must take responsibility. Everyone has an inner genius. And when I lead a class, I always ask participants to take a deep breath and ask themselves, what is one small thing? What is one small thing you can do today that will most benefit your well being? Every time I do this without fail, every participant has an answer every single time. Isn't that wonderful? I've done this well over 1,000 times with thousands of people who always have an answer. This amazes me. Even though I know we each have an inner genius, it's humbling when it's confirmed by so many. Wow. Wow. Integrative mind coach, thank you. And you'll have to tell me your name because I can't see your picture. All right, my hope for you. Are you ready? I hope you remember you are the expert of you and have an inner genius inside you ready and willing to assist you with your next best step. All right, who's ready? Now we're going to get into it. So that was my story. Enough about that. Now we're going to get into what is an inner genius? What's the inner genius philosophy? Well, here you go. Don't be satisfied with stories, how things have gone with others. Unfold your own myth. Rumi. The inner genius philosophy is based on the idea that everyone is an expert of themselves. Knowing you are the expert of you, while important, is not enough. Learning how to access the expertise is essential. This is a skill set, and we can't get good at it if we don't practice. So I don't want you to get frustrated if you're like, all right, I'm going to tune in and then you don't hear anything. It takes practice. All right, Tayo, I'm glad you're ready. Wish I had music. Wouldn't that be cool to have a DJ? Oons, oons. Yeah, we could dance. You can access information that is unique to you. No one else can do this for you. Unique to you, moment to moment. Moment to moment. That reveals your next best step. Everyone has an inner genius. No one is left out. Your inner genius has the best information to keep you moving towards your best self and living your best life. Oh my gosh, Sarah. Okay, now I understand. I'm sorry, I'm going to stay focused. The inner genius philosophy is simple. It's really simple. It's so simple, it's hard. What makes it complicated is you've been conditioned to live in a fast paced world filled with multitasking, distractions, and constant seeking of answers outside yourself. We're conditioned this way. Like we don't know, we have to find it somewhere else. It takes discipline, a lot of discipline and consistent practice to pay focused attention inward. It also takes kindness to remember it's okay. You're a work in progress. I'm a work in progress. The most precious time is this moment right here, right now. We'll never get it back. Learning to be in this moment, free from distractions, will take practice and kindness, but will yield incredible blessings. It will remind you you are the expert of you, and it will connect you to the inner genius inside you. You can hear your inner genius's extraordinary wisdom when you are still. You must be still, you must be here and focused on the present moment. You can access the best information through simple questions. And we're going to get into that. This is a workbook. Okay. I'm so excited about this book because if you get it in print, I left you space to write. I want you to write and outline and cross and put a sticker in it if you want to. All right. You can start right now to know yourself. You can use any part of your life to start accessing this information real time. Start by paying attention to everyday moments. For example, eating is something you do several times a day. It's a great opportunity for you to pay attention and get to know yourself. And I know many of you already know quite a bit about yourself, but we can always learn more. It can be as simple as noticing how you feel when you eat, getting curious regarding if foods are helping or hurting. You can do this with anything, but I pick food because food is something that we do every day, all of us. And that question, is it helping or hurting? It takes the drama out of it and really helps you tune into yourself to really assess, how do I feel about this? How much do I need? How much is good? Is it helping or hurting? The next time you eat, pay attention to each bite. Notice how it feels to chew each bite carefully. Do you enjoy the taste? How do you feel? Do you enjoy the texture? Paying attention is a wonderful opportunity to strengthen your ability to connect to your inner genius. Oh, Carl, thank you for being here. You can use everyday occurrences. So I just named food, but you can do it for everything to connect with your inner genius. For example, you can pay attention to your sleep patterns, exercise, the people you spend time with, your work, your communication. Paying focused attention to everyday events will help you to know what works and what doesn't. The inner genius philosophy, listen to this. This part's important. It is forgiving. It is kind. It is forgiving and it is kind. And I find that's what we need the most is forgiveness and kindness in knowing ourselves. It is empowering. It is honest. It's the best way to access information for being your best self. It's a commitment that is worth your time and attention. It's priceless. It's a priceless investment to spend time and practice knowing you are the expert of you and taking time to consult your inner genius. The inner genius philosophy accepts there is expertise to be found outside of yourself, but secondary to the expertise, only secondary. You are the expert. What you know is what's best for you. The first place to seek understanding starts with yourself. Take the time, ask the questions. My hope for you, I hope you get to know yourself with the care that you would a romantic partner and even more. The care of a romantic partner and even more. Bring that love to you and that dedication. This relationship with yourself supports you to live your own best life. Thank you so much for your comments. Thank you for sharing this out. And again, if you want to support me to reach more people, um, please get my book. It's available for $2 on Kindle, and leave me an honest review. That will help me reach more people. So thank you times 1,000 in advance. And if you're wondering, where do I get it, Carla? It's going to be available everywhere next week, but for now on Amazon, you can get it on print and KDP or ebook at www.carlacaldwell.com. We'll give you the link. Or, anyways, enough of that. So, manifesto. Are you ready? Here's the manifesto. Little Fabian. Actually, honestly, it's $2.99, so it's kind of a misnomer. All right, manifesto. Here we go. Are you ready? Sweetheart, can you put the address to my website? Thank you. Oh, lots of love from my kids. I was kind of grouchy this morning, and they're being really great. Thank you, Leo and Fabian. Manifesto. As soon as you trust yourself, you will know how to live, by Johann Wolfgang von Goethe from Faust. Calling all people. You were made to know. You have a voice inside you that knows you and is well acquainted with your strengths and opportunities. This unique part of you is your inner genius and knows what you need to know. One step at a time to be and do your best. This part of you is just waiting for you to stop, ask, and listen. Everything you need to create your best life is inside you. Elsa, gracias. It's called your inner genius. This is a declaration and a call to the sacred part of you that knows you are the expert of you, the part of you that knows you have an inner genius. Calling calling to the part of you that's never forgotten, calling to the part of you that's tired of struggling. A part of you knows it does not have to be a struggle. Struggling has become a habit, but you remember it can be different. A part of you knows what to do next to move towards your next best step, your best and happiest self. A part of you knows how to break things down into little, small, realistic steps. Oh, thank you, Carrie. Thank you for your support. I have to give an extra shout out to Carrie because I can't tell you how many times my BFF had to hear me say, I'm going to quit. I don't want to do this. Pray for me. Hold me accountable. Thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate you so much. Like on the daily, she deserves an award because it gets old after 7 years. A part of you knows how to break things down. So remember this. We are so strange in that we keep focusing on the end picture and getting frustrated by that when we have an expert within that knows how to break it down into small steps. But we have to ask and we have to listen. Yes, Evan, it's on my profile. Thank you. Absolutely. No one knows you better than yourself. Repeat that to yourself all day long because we're very stubborn. All answers and next best steps originate within you. And to access this information, it depends on you. It's your responsibility to pay attention and to get to know yourself. You have the potential to affect thousands of people for the better. I hope you take that in, that your living example affects every single person you come in contact with. Learning to listen to yourself is one of the most extraordinary acts for making our world a better place. When you listen to yourself and access the expert within, you access the path to your best self as you become the best version of yourself. You inspire others to do the same. Okay. I really I need to I feel like I need an endorsement from Starbucks because I named them earlier and I just drank from their cup. Oh my gosh. All right, part 1. Here we go. Meet your inner genius. Meet your inner genius. Knowing yourself is the beginning of all wisdom by Aristotle. What is your inner genius? Well, your inner genius is your North Star. It has the potential to guide you to your best life. You are the expert of you. No one knows you better. I know I'm repeating myself a lot, but we are very stubborn as humans and we need that constant repetition. Knowing yourself has mostly been outsourced to friends, family, news, healthcare providers, books, Google, Facebook, YouTube, neighbors, and others. It is a habit to listen to all others above yourself. Your inner genius is the part of you that knows what you need to do next. It is the part of you that knows if something is for you or not. It is the part of you that knows if something is helping or hurting. It is simple. It is so simple. It's hard. It may feel difficult to stop your fast paced mind. It may feel challenging to stop searching for answers outside of you. It may feel uncomfortable. Oh my goodness, does it feel uncomfortable to sit still and to get to know yourself? But your sacred self is desperate and seeking and ready for your attention, ready and willing. It really feels difficult, mostly because it's a habit to stay busy and avoid being still. But it can also become a habit to be still. It can also be a habit to listen to yourself. It just takes practice. Thank you, Ava. Thank you. Most of what you think and feel stems from what you learned about yourself from teachers, parents, books, magazines, right? Internet. This will be a new habit. It will be a new habit to tune in, to seek guidance for yourself. And again, the more you practice it, the better you will get. No one knows more about you than you. Let it sink in. No one knows you better. It fascinates me that almost everything we do is motivated by data. How many of you look at data for either your work, finding where to live, for your children, for what book to read? The schools we attend or send our children to, oh, I wrote it in here. I'm repeating myself. Everything's driven by data and information. And while data drives most things, we fail to collect data from the most important place, right here from ourselves. To make the best decisions for your life, it's imperative to collect data from yourself. Your inner genius is filled with the most recent, the most applicable data you can use to make the best decisions for all aspects of your life. What is your inner genius? It's an efficient yes or no answer to most everything. It is a feeling of openness when something is right, a feeling of closeness or pressure when it is a no. It is the answer that comes when you ask yourself a question. Sometimes the answer comes and the mind can quickly dismiss or cause doubt with its questions, but the inner genius always answers. In the following chapters, you'll find tools and practices that help you build your inner genius muscle. In our society, there is advice and expertise for everything. Everywhere you look and listen, a new expert tells you what to do. It is confusing and it feels exhausting to change from expert to expert. This is entirely unnecessary because the best expert is the person who stares back at you in the mirror. You can learn from experts, but the true expert is you. No more confusion about what to do or not do, because moving forward, you can run everything by your inner genius and decide what works best for you. If you are willing to tune in and listen, you'll greatly decrease the confusion of what to do or not to do. Your inner genius is the part of you connected to your mind, body, and spirit, the part of you that's all knowing. It has an intelligence that knows you better than any outside entity. It is your cellular intelligence, memory, awareness, and experience. Your inner genius has been with you since day one. It's the part of you that knows what's right and what's wrong. Sometimes you just know intuitively and can act. Other times your body signals what is right or wrong. For example, when someone tells you a particular type of food is just the best, it's just the best for everyone, but you just know it's not for you. You just know it. Or when you walk into a room and it feels heavy and wrong. Or when you meet someone you just know you like, You like them without even speaking to them, or you walk past a book and it calls to you and you know you need to read it. You are receiving information all day long, moment to moment. It's likely you've become accustomed to ignoring your inner genius messages. The longer you ignore and the more frequently you ignore, the quieter your inner genius gets. When you question your thoughts and feelings and listen to others over yourself, your inner genius gets quieter. If you choose to listen and get curious, the information you receive becomes more precise and easier to understand. My story. So, food has been such a mystery most of my life. Food is tough. Food's my drug of choice, and it's been a battle. It has been so challenging to know what to eat. I've tried every diet every any diet I've heard or read about. It was so frustrating. The more I read and tried, the more frustrated I got. Why didn't my body respond the way my friends responded or the way books or articles said it should? I started to ask myself the most powerful question ever. If you get nothing else from today, may it be this: is it helping or hurting? Ask yourself this about everything, not just food. Whenever I could remember, I would ask this powerful question. It was shocking to me how my body would answer either yes, and it was like emphatic, yes, or no, no. Um, oh, I lost my place. Oh my gosh. There was no doubts. I will confess that my mind would question these answers because I'm stubborn. I am the most stubborn person. And I would question, like, that can't be right. Are you sure? Are you sure? Oh Lord, Carla, yes. Yes, I'm sure. Um, it takes practice. And I know the good news is I imagine you all are not as stubborn as I am. I am really stubborn. Food was frustrating for a long time, but not so much anymore. Why? Because um, I focus on paying attention to the moment. And I've stopped thinking about absolutes. I've stopped rehashing the past or looking into the future or what everyone else is saying. And I've been asking myself, what's good for me? What's good for me in this moment? Is it helping or hurting? And I've stopped the nonsense of if a food is good yesterday and it's not feeling good today, I really try to stop the drama and just focus on the moment because you know what? Today I'm a different person than I was yesterday. So being flexible. Sarah's story. Sarah is a nurse that I was coaching. Her goal was to lose weight. She was tired and frustrated with lack of energy, consistent weight gain, and feeling defeated about her situation. I asked her, what is one small thing you can do today that will most benefit your health and well being? Sarah shared several things she should do. We need to stop shoulding. I asked Sarah to let go of what she thought she should do, and I asked her to focus on her breath, take 3 deep breaths, and I asked her, what is one small, realistic thing you can do today that would most benefit your health and well being? I encouraged her to go with the first thing that came to mind and try not to judge it or censor it. She smiled and said, play volleyball with my girls. Just volley with them in the driveway. That was her thing. That can't be it, she told me. How is that going to help? I told her, trust yourself. She shared that before children, she played volleyball in high school and college and loved it. And despite her doubts, Sarah was willing to set a small, realistic goal. She set a goal to play 5 minutes. That's it, 5 minutes or more per day with her girls. She was so happy about it. It was really neat to see her just light up because she picked the goal that she really wanted, even though it didn't make sense to her. I'm always surprised by people's inner genius answers. They are always things I would not think of, but they are perfect for the person. Like Sarah, many people will question the response they get from their inner genius. I question it all the time myself. Experience has taught me that our inner genius knows what it's doing. And when we listen, we are consistently led to make the absolute best decisions. Sarah ended up playing volleyball, walking, clearing clutter in her home, adding home cooked meals, eating out less, planning snacks, taking food to work, sleeping more, taking time to pray, and so many other small steps that eventually led her to lose weight, gain more energy, and most importantly, empowered her and made her happy. Well, thank you, Christy and Carly. I can't wait to meet you in person. Inner genius to the rescue. Are you ready? Your inner genius is here to rescue you. I have the best news for you. When you feel alone and overwhelmed and wish someone with your best interest at heart could show up and tell you what to do. Anybody have that wish? I have that wish all the time. Like, can some magical being just fly down and tell me what to do and take care of me? All right. Well, guess what? The search is over. And it's not this magical being flying down from the sky. The person exists and it's you. Oh my gosh, it's you. You no longer need to wait for a decent hour to call someone, wait for someone else to be available to find the subject matter expert. Whenever you have a question regarding what to do next, there is always someone ready and willing and able to provide guidance. It's your inner genius. It's you. It sounds too easy. And let's be honest, I think it sounds a little disappointing. I have been disappointed in finding this out. I don't know why I have this obsession with it being someone else. But I keep practicing to bring kindness and to feel gratitude that I have myself, and I just keep practicing. Okay. So if you feel a little disappointed, you're not the only one, and it's okay. The reality is, you are usually the last place you look for answers. True story almost every time for me. I know this because it's the same for me and everyone I've worked with. It is really powerful to be teaching in a room. Um, the largest room I've had in this situation where I've asked this question was about 150 people. And I asked, who else goes everywhere else before consulting themselves? Everyone raised their hand. Well, not everyone, but a lot of people, most people. They raised their hand, and that was really powerful for me to see that I'm I'm not the only one. It is a deeply ingrained habit to go outside for answers. It seems easier, even though it takes more time. It's not convenient, that's for sure, and it can be very confusing. And often the advice and information do not apply to your unique situation. You're unique. This book is dedicated to guiding you to adopt new habits and a mindset that will support listening to your inner genius. The great news is, starting today, you can choose to listen as often as you want, and your life will propel itself towards your own best life. I'm always amazed at the never ending resources and answers my inner genius provides. I am humbled daily with suggestions, solutions, and tools that come into my life via my inner genius. It's like a signal that's constantly searching for any matching frequencies to ideas, people, resources, and answers that match your needs. You are the person you've been waiting for. If you're still with me, Dio, will you tell Evelise to read page 15? You are the person you've been waiting for. She'll know. She'll know why I said that. Inside of you lives the most amazing mentor and guide, your inner genius. Okay. Really, Roxanne? I'm so happy. I'm so happy that this is feeding your soul. Well, you didn't say it's feeding your soul. It just, um, thank you. My hope for you. Are you ready? This is to Roxanne. My hope for you. I hope you close your eyes and begin to listen to the messages your mind, body, and spirit are sharing with you. I hope you begin to ask yourself simple questions like, is this a yes or a no for me? I hope when your inner genius answers, you prioritize the solution and follow through with action. The more you listen, the stronger and louder your inner genius voice becomes. You are the expert of you. All right, tuning in. Let's talk about tuning in. I just need a sip of water. Sweetheart, bring me a cup, a different cup. I hope you all are drinking water. Okay, here we go. Tuning in. When I discover who I am, oh, you're welcome. When I discover who I am, I'll be free. Ralph Ellison from The Invisible Man. Learning to tune in to your inner genius is simple. Remember, I said that. Just takes commitment and practice. I am on purpose repeating myself. I'm not trying to annoy anyone. I am repeating myself because we need repetition. And this is a hint. Anything you are trying to change or to do or to make a part of you, repetition is critical. All right, so here we go. The following 3 things are going to help you tune in more often. 1, paying attention. Got to pay attention, which means you have to be in the moment. Your inner genius is constantly communicating with you. So be on the lookout because the information doesn't come, hey, here I am. It's a subtle feeling. And you're listening to yourself all day long in subtle ways. And you're also ignoring yourself in subtle ways. So be on the lookout. Be on the lookout. Like, don't question it. If your inner genius is saying, ooh, don't go in that room, don't do it. Don't talk to that person or talk to that person. Go send them a message. Do it. I kind of revealed number 2. So number 1 for tuning in is pay attention. Number 2 is follow through. Follow through. There is no better way to increase the clarity of the signal than following through. When you show your inner genius, hey, I'm committed. I'm following through on this intuition. Your signal becomes stronger. And number 3, be intentional. So be intentional. What I mean by that is instead of, okay, I'm here, it's ask specific questions. Like, is this what's best for me? What can I do next? All right, here we go. Okay, I'm still live. Good. Pay attention. So, number 1, paying attention is not always easy. You get messages from your inner genius all day long. It may sound simple, but if you have habitually ignored the messages from your inner genius, you'll have to become accustomed to paying attention. So, paying attention is the first significant step. Recognizing when your inner genius is trying to communicate with you is essential. The messages will vary in subject, but the common theme, it's always what's best for you in the moment. It can include items like what you eat, how to move your body, what to think, how to talk, who to talk to, what to say, small steps, how to solve problems. Most of the messages from your inner genius are small. They're not big. They're really little. And I think that's why. Bye, Evan. Thank you. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Donna, I see you. Thank you for being here. Okay. They are small. So it's rarely something big unless it's something that's been like nagging at you, like maybe you've had a nagging that you have to leave your job and it's over and over and over and finally it just becomes a loud crash. That's not normal. That's what normally will happen are little things. Like you'll just get a feeling like, oh, I need to have a banana right now, or I should call so and so, or you see a book and you just think it's for you. Listening helps to strengthen. So learn to listen. And one of the best ways is not only listening as you're going about your day to day, but also taking time. And it can take as little as 1 minute, 1 minute of just, you could choose something you do every day, like the shower, and say, every time I'm done showering, I'm going to take a minute and tune into my inner genius. If you have an idea, follow through. These ideas, they're sacred. They're gifts. They're gifts, and only you can actualize them. So follow through on your ideas. This improves your ability to tune in. Practice. When you hear from your inner genius, act. That's it. That's all. Just act. As often as you can, follow through with action when you receive messages from your inner genius. Even if you can't in the moment, do your best to follow through as soon as possible. Now, intentional practice. How do you practice intentionally? Improve the connection to your inner genius by being intentional and asking for guidance throughout the day. You are unique and every day is different. Your needs are different every day. It's powerful when you tune into your inner genius and identify what you need moment to moment. So, some of the best ways to practice are typical day to day events like eating, exercise, and sleep. You can ask questions about exercise to determine what you like and don't like, how much you need. You can ask yourself if you are tired and what kind of rest do you need? These questions are essential because they allow you to connect to the expert inside you. Instead of following a prescribed diet or workout routine, you begin to do what your body needs. Practice can also be found in your interactions. You can ask yourself, is this person good for me or not? Is this project for me or is it not for me? What matters is that throughout your day, you're checking in. It's also important to note what did not go well. We can learn so much from things that don't go well. This is an excellent opportunity to collect information for quality improvement. I'm very nerdy about self improvement. I like to call it quality improvement. I recommend you identify what events and parts of your life are not going well. And then ask. Ask your inner genius. Don't just wait for something to happen or someone to come and solve it for you. Ask your inner genius. What would benefit? One of the best questions I like to ask is, what is one small thing? What is one, Sarah, me too. The nurses in the room are going to appreciate the quality improvement. But one of the best questions you can ask is, what is one small thing? What is one small thing I can do to improve this part of my life or this situation? I find that when we ground ourselves, when we stop and focus in this moment and ask our inner genius, what's the one small thing I can do next? There's always a small step. And that's what we need. We don't need the big picture. The big picture can be kind of overwhelming and we don't know all the answers, but that next best step, that little step, that's what keeps us moving forward over and over and over again in the best way possible. So, here are in the book, I provide questions and tools. And I some great questions to ask are: is this a yes or no? Is it helping or hurting? I love that one. What is one small thing? What's my next best step? Oh my gosh, use that one. Take it and run with it. Take it on a test drive. It's so good. So, conclusion: tune in frequently and consistently. The practice of tuning in is a fantastic investment. It's one of the best investments you can make. The more you tune in, the sooner it becomes a habit to tune in. Remember to pay attention to the messages and insights your inner genius shares with you in the moment. Practice tuning in by asking your inner genius questions. And then I have some practices in the book, and I leave space for you to write because I want you to write. I want this book to be with you and supporting you in getting to know the absolute best person in your life, you. My hope for you, I hope you tune in. I really do. I know what steps, or you know what steps to take next and what to do next to be your healthiest, happiest self. Trust yourself and start to count on yourself. Your beautiful self is just waiting, like waiting next to you, like tag me in. Count on yourself. All right, your idea, I think that's Jessica who gave me hearts. Hi, Jessica. All right, your ideas matter. There is one thing stronger than all the armies in the world, and that is an idea whose time has come. By Victor Hugo. Your ideas matter. They matter. They matter so much. It saddens me when ideas are not valued. Many times the mind judges and dismisses ideas, and ideas are an honored gift. They are a precious gift. My story. All right. This one's a little embarrassing, but here we go. My life has provided many experiences that prove my ideas matter. Shortly after publishing my first book, I had an idea to call Barnes and Noble. Why not? And do a reading and introduce myself and my book. I had the idea, but it's not like someone was sitting there waiting to hear from me. I had to call a lot of times, send a lot of emails, find the right person. It was kind of frustrating. But finally, I found the gatekeeper, the one willing to say yes. And my speaking engagement was set. I was so excited. I was so excited to see my book at Barnes and Noble and to have a speaking event. And they had those little flyers on the window that said Speaker Carla. So excited. So the day comes. The chairs are set up. The table's there. The microphone is there. Everything's there. I was so excited. I was sitting there patiently waiting. And my husband and kids were there. I'm so grateful to Fabian. He's always there. Oh, good, Maciel. Yes, they are. So, anyways, I'm excited. I'm excited. And then listen to this, everybody. No one came. No one. Not one person. I was sitting there all dolled up, shiny, right? No one was there. And then the host introduced me. It was mortifying. She introduces me to no one, basically, on the microphone. And all the chairs are empty except for little Fabian, my eldest son. I was so embarrassed. I had an idea, and then I had the idea, right? To stand up on one of the chairs with the microphone and start like talking loudly to everyone who's in the store because there was a lot of people in the store, but no one came to the talk. Oh my gosh. I had this idea to stand up and read a chapter about changing our thoughts. I was so scared, but I followed through, right? And this resulted in one person, a mom and her son, her poor son who was voluntold to come over and listen. I continued my talk with the one person. She listened carefully and didn't say much, and she left early. So, but I kept talking because I was like, I'm gonna finish, even if I'm talking to the chairs. As I was leaving, I looked for the lady that introduced me, but she had already left. And I was feeling kind of sad about it, right? Well, well, a few weeks later, the lady that had introduced me called me and she asked if I would speak again. And I was like, why? um, but anyway, she said, please come. And I told her, I'd love to come, but let me be honest with you. I thought it was kind of a failure. She then told me that she had gifted the book to someone in her life that was very special to her. And she said that he had found the book so helpful in his journey to recovery from addiction. If I hadn't been there that day, if I hadn't made all those calls, if I hadn't spoken to empty chairs, this gentleman wouldn't have gotten this book that seemed to, she said it really helped him in his recovery from addiction. She also shared that the woman, the mom that came over, she listened and she ended up following up with the store and said that she was a single mom working 3 jobs and rarely seeing her son. It was breaking her heart that she was always working. She followed some of the exercises in the book to set goals and get clear regarding what she wanted, and she felt inspired to ask for a raise. Her main job gave her a raise and upgrade, and she left her 2 side jobs, made a few changes in their spending, and was able to get 20 hours back with her son. Um, 20 hours back with your child is just a big deal for the week. I was so humbled by this. Had I not followed my ideas, I would not have been able to support 2 people. In my mind, I had this picture. It was about me. I was like, there's going to be all these people. I'm going to get to release my book. It's going to be so exciting. It was like me, me, me. And my idea was not about me. My idea was about changing the trajectory of 2 people's lives in a big way, right? It wasn't about me. I'll never forget this. What I thought was a failure was a success. And I'm sharing this with all of you because you all have your own ways that you're touching people's lives and you have ideas. And when you don't listen to them, you don't know if it's going to save that one person. Oh, thank you. Thank you for those kind words, Roxanne. Thank you. So, I want to take you through the life of an idea. And I invite you to think about the last time you had an idea that you didn't follow up on. And you get this idea. You're so excited. It's like maybe you're in the shower and you have an idea to do something, like to plan an event and you're thinking, "Oh my gosh, it's going to help my community and let's do this. I'm going to call the board. We're going to plan this idea." And you're super excited. You start writing a list, all the people you're going to call, all the things you're going to do, and then all of a sudden you feel a pressure like in your throat and you start thinking, well, what if it doesn't work? Or what will they say? What if people don't want to do it? What if like you get on the what if train and you start to become disappointed. And now where you had 100 reasons why to follow through on your idea, you now have 200 reasons why not to, because you just let that part of your brain go wild. Listen, your mind produces thoughts the same way your mouth produces saliva. Half the time, these thoughts are not to be taken personally. They're just happening. So the onus is on us to pay attention to what's happening and redirect our thoughts instead of just following the train of the what ifs and the negative. So you find yourself talking yourself out of your idea and then you let it go. But every time you remember, you feel a little pain in your stomach or somewhere else in your body because you're like, what would have happened had I done it? Or, you know, it's just a little disappointing. So the details might be different, but I bet you can fit yourself into this story. And when we neglect our ideas because we let our mind take over, supplying every reason why it won't work, this isn't helpful. In those moments, this is a perfect opportunity to bring in your inner genius. When you have an idea, ask your inner genius, what's one small thing? What is one small thing I can do right now to move this idea forward? I also want to speak about the damage that ignoring your ideas does to your mind, body, and spirit. I will share what I've seen collectively. Then I want to ask the most important person of all, you, how it has affected you. What I've seen collectively is when someone does not follow their ideas, it chips away at their self confidence, happiness, and quality of life. I have seen the act of not following ideas contribute to feeling tired, lethargic, sad, and anxious. I have also witnessed the repeated ignoring of ideas and intuitions can affect the spirit in a negative way. And now I want to ask you, how are you affected? How are you affected when you do not follow your own ideas and intuitions? Think of the last time this happened and reflect on your thoughts and feelings. Then follow the aftermath. How did it feel afterward? What were the lasting effects of you not following your idea? And now let's flip it. How did you feel when you did follow through? Those times you do follow through, how does that feel? How did it benefit you? How did it benefit what matters most to you, your family and your community, when you followed through on your idea? Ideas and your inner genius. Ideas are your inner genius whispering suggestions that will lead you to your best life. It will lead you to serve your family and community in the best way possible. They are magical and worth respecting and paying attention to. Listen for your ideas, write them down. Follow through. Remember, for your big, huge ideas, take it one step at a time. Don't get overwhelmed. Just take one step at a time. Trust and rely on your inner genius. Get from having your idea to its completion by asking, what is my next best step? What is one small thing I can do? My hope for you, I hope you realize how much your ideas matter. You are a beautiful, beautiful, unique being with unique skills and answers to problems that we all need, that your family needs, your community needs. You are so unique, and the world will benefit if you continue to accept that you are the expert of you and your ideas matter. I hope you realize you matter and your ideas matter too. Okay. We'll get to the next chapter. We're moving slowly but surely, right? I'm just going to get a sip. Hope everyone's doing great. Thank you to those of you who are sticking with me. I appreciate it. I realize you have very, very busy lives, and even giving 5 minutes of your time to be here, I appreciate it times 1,000. So thank you. All right. Here we go. Strengthen the connection to your inner genius. Love is the whole thing. We are only pieces by Rumi. Strengthening the connection between yourself and your inner genius takes time and practice. I find it interesting how ingrained it is to seek advice from everyone else but ourselves. It seems to be a habit that feels addictive and hard to let go of. Changing this pattern will take time, will, and strength. Like many other addictive behaviors, it may seem harmless. It may seem harmless to consult with others before yourself. Still, it's a habit that sends a disturbing message. It says that everyone knows more about you than you, and you are not to be trusted. Elsa, dile a mi tía, dile a tu mami que tengo puesta la blusa que me dio para acordarme de ella. My beautiful Aunt Mireya gave me this blouse. I absolutely love it when I give a lecture. Oh my gosh, I lost my train of thought. Okay, so an example. Let's get to the examples. An example of inner genius support. Just today, I was overthinking my writing, having an inner critic session thinking, who can I ask? What book can I read? And yes, I give you full permission to laugh at the irony of writing a book. Who writes a book about cultivating their inner genius and then gets stuck and starts looking everywhere but here? Well, me, I do it. Because remember, I told you I need this book more than anyone else. I was feeling really uncomfortable. Feeling uncomfortable has become the sign signaling it's time to tune in. Oh my gosh, don't be as stubborn as me. Feeling uncomfortable, feeling like, you want to be anywhere but still and with yourself. That's a sign that what you need most is to tune in. I took a few deep breaths and asked myself, what's my next best step? The answer was to write about what had happened, to share the realness and nowness of this story. I'm always intrigued by moments where things feel so difficult and so uncomfortable. If I can just take a few deep breaths and ask myself, what is my next best step? There's always, always an answer. And the situation begins to feel manageable. Strengthen the connection by being vigilant for opportunities to be present and opportunities to ask your inner genius for your next best step. Strengthening your inner genius is like building stronger muscles. You must be consistent for the best results. Practical application. When you encounter any situation that would benefit from answers or guidance, remember to consult your inner genius. Remember that no one knows you better. Be especially mindful of situations that feel overwhelming or uncomfortable. Remember, that's a signal. When you are lost, you don't know what to do, you feel really uncomfortable, you just want to avoid. That is like, hey, red flashing lights, opportunity, tune in. Just remember, take a few deep breaths and just ask yourself, what is the one small thing? I share some tools in the book and some practices. I had to fight for this, everyone. I don't know why. The person formatting my book didn't want to give the spaces. They're like, no, that's not done. You can't do it. I'm like, put them in there. I felt like you all needed spaces. You need space to write. You need a space to document your answers. You need a space to integrate, to make it yours. My hope for you. I hope you consult with yourself in all areas of your life, especially when you feel overwhelmed and uncomfortable. I hope you're inspired to breathe and connect to your inner genius. Okay, get your mind right. Are you ready to get your mind right? Here we go. Make sure your worst, oh, I love this quote. Make sure your worst enemy does not live between your own two ears, by Laird Hamilton. Every time I read that, it takes my breath away because it's just so true. And I find when I'm struggling, I really am being my own worst enemy. So make sure your worst enemy does not live between your own two ears. Your mind is the number one contributor to your success and failures. This chapter prioritizes getting your mind right. Getting your mind right includes assessing your mental strengths and opportunities and setting intentional actions. Your mind is the main player in the journey to unleashing your inner genius. Getting your mind right starts with paying attention to your thoughts. Paying attention to your thoughts will help you find the connection between thoughts, actions, and outcomes. Connecting these three empowers you to be the captain of your ship. Getting your mind right includes thinking from a curiosity perspective, focusing on the present moment, assessing strengths and opportunities, and identifying one small action step. So, my story in this, the one of many. Oh, Aiden, hi. Thank you for being here. Getting my mind right has been critical for all aspects of my life. My finances are the area of my life that first benefited from this practice. So, the first 2/3 of my life, my relationship to finances was not great. I did not learn to manage money growing up. On my own, I was a mess with money. I spent more money than I earned. Anybody else relate to that, especially my young folks here? um, I did not plan for emergencies, and I was constantly playing catch up and constantly felt like I was stuck. When I started getting my mind right, I started with my finances. I got curious and I looked at patterns. I looked at my thinking, the actions I was taking, and the outcomes. I got honest about what I knew and didn't know about money. I looked at my finances and made a list of my financial strengths and a list of my challenges and opportunities. I made a list of all the things I needed to do to get my finances in order. Some of what I needed to do involved physical actions, but a larger amount had to do with my thinking. I had to learn to stay in a place of curiosity and to take responsibility. I began to watch my thoughts. The one thing I notice over and over, not just with myself, but with others, is that bringing curiosity. So, wearing your curiosity hat and bringing that perspective versus judging is so much more efficient and productive. And I also find when we can bring kindness, because a lot of the inaction, a lot of the struggling comes from the judgment and being mean to ourselves. Being mean is not inspiring. So if your inner voice is critical, like, how could you do that again? How did this happen? Oh my gosh, that's not productive. But being curious and asking questions, why did this happen? What can I do better? Oh, isn't that interesting that I tend to keep buying things even though I don't have the finances for it. That's interesting, Carla. What's going on? What do you need? Being kinder. I have found we get further with our health. We get further with our success, our finances, our relationships when we look at things through a curiosity lens and when we're kind. I'm going to be working on this until the day I die, but I'm hoping before I die, I learn how to be kind to myself for like a full day because it makes that big of a difference. Practical application. Being mentally ready for change takes practice and it involves paying focused attention moment to moment and checking in often with yourself to identify needs and next steps. It is simple but not easy to do. Your mind has the power to either make you or break you. When your mind is on board, there's no stopping you. Commit to getting your mind right will yield huge rewards. Accepting you are the expert and tapping into your inner genius may take discipline to direct your attention inward versus outward, but it is extremely helpful. It requires confidence. Sometimes what you find helpful will not match experiences of others. It may feel challenging or uncomfortable to stick with what works best for you. What matters is you are checking in with yourself. Follow through, build that confidence. It takes so much confidence to follow what's best for us because often it goes against what others may want you to do. And it may feel scary because maybe no one else has done it before or you haven't seen it done before. It takes a lot of confidence and bravery. But the more we practice, the better we get. All right. So moving from judgment to curiosity. When you judge yourself in a critical way, stop. Take 3 deep breaths and do the following. Without judgment or drama, name the action that has called your attention. For example, if you just binged on 7 cookies even though you were full, you might observe, that's interesting. I was full after eating dinner and I just ate 7 cookies. Just the facts. No judgment, just the facts. 2, take a moment to check in with your body. Again, no judgment. We're just checking in. We're collecting data. Notice how your body feels. Notice how you feel and where you feel it. You might even consider keeping a journal that will help you notice patterns and learn more about yourself. And number 3, ask yourself, what happened today? Try to identify any patterns worth noting. 4, if patterns are noted, assess if anything could have been done to prevent the outcome. If there is something that could have been done, write it down. If not, sometimes just noticing the pattern is enough to plant a seed. What I want you to take away from this is that anytime you find yourself in a situation where you wish it were different, you're disappointed. Hi, Ashton. I want to give a shout out to my nieces and nephews that tuned in, even though it's super early and I know you normally all sleep till late. Thank you for being here. I want to remind you that when you have a situation that you're disappointed in, the sooner you can stop the mental madness, because remember, mind produces thoughts. It's not personal. It's just what it does, just like the way our eye produces tears. And the sooner you can get to a curiosity place like, what happened here? Just the facts. And notice any patterns and ask yourself, what can I do differently next time? The more likely you'll be to change the outcome next time if you're kinder and curious. Okay. My hope for you. I hope you harness the power of your mind and grow your mental strength and ability to seek out your own answers. You really are the expert of you. I hope you feel trust and know this is true. Okay. Take a few deep breaths because this next chapter is really important. We could probably stop after this next chapter. That's how important it is. I'm just trying to find my water, and then we're going to keep going. Again, it's so helpful when you add comments. It just helps with the algorithm. Thank you in advance. If you share this out to your network, that is very helpful too. And if you think that this work would be helpful to anyone else, will you please purchase the Kindle version? It's $2.99 and leave an honest review. That will help me reach more people. It's also available on print, but the Kindle one's cheaper. And I'm going to put my address. I have the link at carlacaldwell.com. There we go. All right. Thank you in advance, times 1,000. Okay, here we go. The most important chapter of all. Love yourself now. Oh my. Love yourself first, and everything else falls into line. You really must love yourself to get anything done in this world. Lucille Ball. Loving who you are empowers and builds confidence. Loving yourself right here, right now, reminds you you are the expert of you and inspires you to listen to your inner genius. It guides you to determine if something is a yes or a no. Loving yourself can be difficult to do, but one of the most important actions for your complete health and happiness. The way you need and desire to be loved is unique to you. No one else can do it the way you absolutely need it done except yourself. And a lot of pain and suffering comes when we want it to be someone else. You know, when we want it to be our spouse, our kids, our friends, our there's just no way they can ever get it 100% right because no one knows how to love you exactly how you need to be loved except yourself. If you have outsourced loving yourself to someone else, it will be difficult to live your best life. Waiting for someone else to love you when you have not learned to do it for yourself is not fruitful. Trust me from experience. No one can fully love you the way you need and desire until you do it for yourself. Love is an inside job. Spending time thinking about what love means and how it feels to be completely loved is a great investment of your time. It will make you healthier and happier. You'll be able to be there for your family and loved ones in the best way possible. My story. Love feels like acceptance, listening, non-judgment, no apologies, and space for creativity. Love is peaceful and open. I have spent most my life knowing what love looks like and what I want, but I've also spent most of my time waiting and wishing someone else would do it. My husband and children love me. They tell me they love me and act in ways that indicate they love me, but it has often felt like not enough. Historically, I've expected so much from love. I've yearned for a different love, the only that only I can give myself. I desire to be loved the way God loves me, and only I can do that for myself. This has been difficult for me to accept, but the deeper I journey into learning about myself, I've discovered how powerful and peaceful the love I have for myself can be. It has taken practice and a deep commitment to love myself. I'll be working on this my whole life. Loving myself is a life journey. I've been good at it. I've been bad at it. I've forgotten. all about loving myself, and I've also remembered. I am learning to love myself the way I've always yearned to be loved. And I find the more I do it, the more I accept I am the expert of me and the better I do. Two habits that have helped tremendously, inspired by Julia Cameron in The Artist's Way. She recommends a weekly date with yourself, which used to sound silly to me, but now it's one of my favorite things to do every week. She also recommends writing 3 pages in your journal every day. That's very helpful. These two habits, along with practicing mindfulness, have helped me to accept myself and inspired me to love who I am. Laura's journey. I hope Laura's here. I want her to hear this. I met my dear friend Laura 8 years ago. From the time I met her, she gave me permission to say her name, by the way. Oh my gosh, Donna, great. Thank you. I'll sign it when I see you in December. Okay, Laura. This is really important. Laura's story is really powerful. I met her 8 years ago, and from the time I met her, she shared stories of wanting to be the healthiest version of herself. She wanted to experience abundance, both financially and in her health. In the last 3 years, I've witnessed my friend love and accept herself completely. And along with that has come weight loss, health, love, travel, and success. Lots of success in her business. It's been an amazing journey to watch. And if you ask Laura what the magic ingredient is, she will tell you loving and accepting herself completely motivates her to have boundaries for her self care, time with her loved ones, and for success in her business. Oh, Maciel, thank you. Maciel, I'm so grateful to you. Maciel is like my soul twin. Can I say that? When I guide people in their healing process, I always recommend the same thing: love yourself now. And this is true. I do a lot of work with, people come to me for weight loss, and that's fine. That's the carrot. But really, what we're working on is healing at a foundational level. And I always tell them, and I try to tell myself the same thing: love yourself now. It is a mindset. I find it very common for those I work with to want to change. They want the change to happen first, and then they will love themselves. Uh, the people I work with very much mirror how I am. It's like they want to be that perfect self, and then they'll love themselves. I relate to that. I really have to work with myself on that. I do understand the viewpoint. I very often have to redirect my own thinking because I too want to accomplish something or have a change happen before I love myself. Like I want to be the perfect mom or do the perfect job or be this great wife and or be nice and not judgmental to people, and then I'll love myself. The irony is that lasting change will not happen until you love yourself first, just the way you are now, faults and all. Faults and beauty and strengths and all. So love yourself now. If loving yourself now feels difficult, start with telling yourself, I love and accept myself deeply and unconditionally. Say it even if it feels uncomfortable. It may take time and practice. And some days it works out great, and other days you're like, whatever. But do it faithfully. Tell yourself, I love and accept myself deeply and unconditionally. Uh, Stay consistent and committed. No matter the challenge or obstacle, whether physical, emotional, mental, or spiritual, I work with people to love and accept themselves as they are today. This can be very challenging if you're fixated on wanting to be different. If you focus on who you want to become without first accepting who you are today, then your inner teenager will rebel and make things difficult. There is skepticism of this approach. I'm skeptical too, that there will be no motivation to change. Loving yourself in this moment, you may discover the change you are seeking may no longer make sense. I have seen that happen, but it's never been a bad thing, as the person was simply gaining clarity regarding what was best for them. I tell people when you love yourself unconditionally, if the change is still in your best interest, you will still be able to change, but it will be done in a kinder, more compassionate way that is more effective. When you love yourself, you will be energized and much more resourceful. You will think of solutions you might not have thought of if you were not feeling love and compassion for yourself. Loving yourself unconditionally may be one of the hardest things you'll ever do, and it takes constant practice and mindfulness. Commit to practicing loving kindness towards yourself as often as you can. If you feel if this feels silly or you don't have time to commit to spending time feeling loving kindness to yourself, remember those are codes for uncomfortable. Uncomfortable feelings often cause avoidance. Learn to be uncomfortable. Breathe into it. Where are you feeling it in your body? Just breathe and feel uncomfortable. And then ask yourself again, how do I want to be loved? Name every way you want to be loved. Get to know what it feels like. Focus on feeling unconditional love and then use that feeling as a beacon. This is literally food for your soul. Feed yourself that love daily by doing what you need to be loved and dedicating time to feel the love. Thank you, Tiffany. Thank you for joining. I appreciate it. Loving yourself is challenging and it takes time to learn how to love yourself. So, what does self love look like for you? That is the most important question because what self love looks like to me may be different than your version. Self love is liberating, filled with possibility. It's gentle and sweet in some ways and firm and directive as needed. It is doing what is best for both you and everyone around you. And then I give some exercises and tools that I encourage you to practice. They are very effective. Of course, only if you do them. You have to do them in order for them to be effective. I'm so glad, Maciel. I want to read what Maciel wrote. She said, I often expect to be perfect before I feel deserving of self love. Your message of leading with self compassion and self love truly sank in. I'm so grateful, Maciel. And the funny thing is I'm like you. And when I work with people, I find most everyone in the room relates to this. So I think it's an important message and something that we talk about frequently about how self love, uh, we just have so many opportunities to spend time directing love to ourselves and learning what it is we need to feel loved. All right, my hope for you. I hope you love yourself unconditionally. Fake it until you make it, everybody. Tell yourself you love yourself, all of you, even the shadow parts. Say it and think it until you believe it. All right, key points. Key points for meeting your inner genius. 1, you are the expert of you. No one knows you better. 2, you have an inner genius you can consult with that can help you moment to moment decide your next best step. 3, it takes practice to get to know and listen to your inner genius. Practice as often as possible. 4, the more you listen to the cues your mind and body give you, the better you will get at listening to yourself. 5, honor your inner genius by listening to the advice it gives you. 6, pay attention to the thoughts you are having. Are they helping or hurting? Choose thoughts that help you. 7, adopt a curiosity mindset. And number 8, when you love and accept yourself deeply and completely, it gets easier to accept you are the expert of you and helps you listen to your inner genius, which leads you to living your best life. All right. We are at part 2. I need a bio break, everybody. I'm just going to be real with you. So I am going to step away for maybe 90 seconds. And then I will keep going. I want to give a big thank you to my friends and family for being here. Your support means everything to me. And thank you. Okay, I'll be right back. Right back. No. No. Oh my God. No. Oh my God. I am deeply mortified. I feel like I need to be on TikTok right now. Those of you on Facebook and LinkedIn, yay you, because and those of you on Instagram, we'll have a good laugh later about what I just did. I may or may not have taken my microphone that I'm wearing with me. Oh my god. Okay, the show must go on. Oh, mommy, mommy's here. Hi. If you hear me say that I need to buy a microphone, oh my god, I'm gonna die. I don't think it's fine. Okay. I'm gonna sit down. Okay, part 2. Yay. Let's see. Why is it doing that? Oh, sorry about that. I'm sorry you had to look up my nose. Oh my gosh. All right, let's put this. You could have shouted out at something. Oh my god. All right. Okay. Thank you all for your patience. Let's start with part 2. I hope you're doing great. Part 2, let's build that inner genius. Okay. Build your inner genius. We are what we repeatedly do. Excellence then is not an act, but a habit. Aristotle. The microphone's right in front of me here. I'm sorry. Thank you for your patience. I'm just. Okay. So we are what we repeatedly do. Excellence then is not an act, but a habit. By Aristotle. Aristotle knew, right? Building your inner genius muscle can take practice. The more you do it, the better it gets. Involve your inner genius in your daily life. It will get stronger. Consult your inner genius for ideas, success with your projects, relationships, challenges, and any other part of your life you want to do better in. Consulting your inner genius will become second nature and you will begin to do it naturally. I've consulted my inner genius to improve how I eat, exercise, finances, my mindset from negative to positive, identifying the next best step for projects, supporting my relationships. It helps with everything. Tips for strengthening your inner genius muscle. Ask yourself for guidance as often as you can. For example, when you get up and wonder, what should I do today? Ask yourself, what is best for me to focus on today? My favorite question is, what is the one small thing I can do today that will most benefit my overall well-being? You can use this or ask your own question. What matters most is you are asking yourself for guidance. Whenever you meet someone new, ask yourself, how do I feel about this person? Do not overthink this. Just pay attention if you feel good or bad in their presence. You can ask yourself, does this person's presence help or hurt me? Take the time to be in the moment when you are meeting new people. It is hugely empowering when you take a moment to identify if you benefit from someone's presence or not. If you are sensitive to other people's feelings and emotions, get in the habit of asking yourself, is this mine or theirs? If you are sensitive to others, it's common to pick up on their feelings and emotions. You can improve your well being by asking your inner genius if your emotions and feelings are yours or someone else's. This has been a game changer for me personally. I have discovered that many times what I am feeling is not mine. I'm feeling someone else's emotions, feelings, and by consulting my inner genius, I gain clarity and feel better. You will be more likely to take responsibility for your surroundings when someone is giving you advice. Get in the habit of asking yourself, is this what's best for me? What went well? What could be better? In my groups, when I work with people on their health, I've continuously led two groups for the last 4 years with 30 to 40 people in each group. The sessions have always one secret sauce ingredient, one and one only. Every single session involves asking, what is one small thing I can do this week that will most benefit my health and well being? I will never stop being amazed how people find their best health and life by asking this question over and over. I have witnessed thousands of people improve their health and in big, huge ways. I have seen people in my group get off insulin, reverse diabetes, reverse conditions that they thought they would have for life just by asking themselves every week, what is that one small thing? Making small changes consistently. And I know this example is about health, but you can do this with everything. You can do it with your finances. You can do it with your relationships. You can apply it to anything, even if it feels like it's just so big. I mean, can you imagine if you could speak to a person that went from having type 2 diabetes on insulin, they got off of it, and they didn't do it by one single big, huge action that is unrelatable. It was all little itty bitty steps. So I share questions that you can ask, and then I give you ways to practice in the book. My hope for you, I hope you trust in your inner genius. I hope you tune in often and remember you are the expert of you. No one knows you better. All right, everybody. What matters most to you? I want you to think about that while I have a little sip of my tea. I want you to ask yourself, what matters most to you? This is what will support you in making all the changes you want to make for the better. The things that matter most must never be at the mercy of the things that matter least, by Johann Wolfgang in von Goethe. Hope I said that right. Okay, this chapter will be the shortest and most important. What matters most to you, one of the most important questions you'll ever answer. Knowing the answer is critical to your happiness, well-being, and success. If you want to increase your likelihood of success and improving your outcomes, it relies on you knowing what matters most and connecting it to everything you do. What gets you up in the morning? What do you live for? So when your bed is nice and warm and you're very tired, like what is it that gets you out of the bed? What matters most to you? What motivates you to be and do better? Once you answer this question, try to integrate what matters most to you with everything you do. Changes you want to make, any action you identify necessary. Make sure you're always relating everything you want to do for your life, for your health, for your mental well being, for your finances, for your work. Everything that is important to you, make sure it connects to what matters most. You're more likely to follow through and do better. Examples of what matters most to many of the people I work with include family, legacy, health, being able to enjoy children and grandchildren, growing healthy into elder years. When I say integrate what matters most with your actions, what I mean is be aware of how this action will contribute to what matters most to you. For example, if you're wanting to save money and build your emergency fund, and what matters most to you is spending time with your grandchildren, think of why saving money for your emergency fund will help you be able to enjoy your family. One more example, if you want to drink more water for your health, think about how this will benefit what matters most to you. If what matters most is having energy for your family, then make sure you understand how drinking more water will help you to have more energy. I hope that makes sense. So now everything you do, you want to connect it to what is most important to you. It will energy. It's like the fuel. It's the fuel that will motivate you to act. It's funny. I'm talking to you, and then what I'm saying to you is then written in the book. So I guess that's good. I guess it means that I really do believe in all of this, right? What matters most to you is the fuel that will ignite your actions and inspire you to do them consistently. In my work, I spend most of my time guiding others to make changes for their health and well being. Most of the changes that help to prevent illness and promote health are not easy to make. They're not. Success in change relies on connecting the change to what matters most. I see this all the time. When people connect what matters most to the changes they are making, their success increases exponentially. Oh, good, Carrie. I'm glad. Yes, it is full of examples and practice. All right. So it's almost like Carrie, like I paid her to make that comment because we now have practice. Then you get to practice. I lead you through a situation that's applicable to you, and then ask you the questions, and you practice. My hope for you, I hope you know what matters most. Hold what matters most to you near and dear to your heart. Think of what matters most often and connect it to all that you do. Let what matters most guide your daily actions. Okay. I decided I don't want to sit anymore. Ugh. Okay. So the power of assessment. I love assessment so much. Maybe it's because I'm a nurse. I don't know, but I think it's a skill that is not taught and underutilized for all of us. It doesn't matter what career you are in, what your life situation is, learning the skill set of assessment towards self, assessing the self is very powerful. The Journey of Self-Discovery is the most important journey you will ever take by Oprah Winfrey. Most everything we do is based on data. Most professionals, business owners, consumers, we talked about this earlier. I'm repeating myself because it's important. Base their actions on research. It is helpful to learn from experts and to take data and research into account, but don't neglect to collect data from the most important place. Remember, you are the most important place. You are the expert of you, and your information about yourself is robust. No one knows you better. It's critical to start collecting data and use the information to better inform your decisions and your actions. So it's time to collect some data. There are 3 things that will help you to collect the best information from your inner genius. First, be in the moment. The best information is right here, right now, not in the past, not in the future, right here, which means that it's important to disconnect, from phones and social media and news, and it takes some time to be intentional and mindful. Pay focused attention to the present moment. Second, be curious. We talked about this earlier. You'll be more effective from a curiosity lens versus a judgment lens. And lastly, third, use an assessment tool to help you know how you are doing. Looking at your life and assessing how you are doing can help you in many ways. It will help you to identify your strengths and opportunities, and it will help you to ask empowering questions. So I lead you through assessing yourself in the book and looking at your strengths, because your strengths are very important, and your opportunities. And I am so excited for all of you. I made you an assessment wheel, and you'll see it 2 places in the book, in this chapter, and also at the end, there are tools. And I hope you'll write in it, and then copy it and do it. I think note to self, I need to put that on my website so you all can print as many copies as you want. But I do give you an assessment wheel. I don't know if you can see it. It looks kind of like that. So you can identify how you're doing in the 8 different parts of your life. It's a really powerful visual to see what your strength is, because you're going to want to know your strength and your areas that could use some attention. You're going to want to know that too. Collecting data from yourself will help you identify patterns of what actions lead to success and which ones are not helpful. Collecting data will also help you understand yourself, find what works and what doesn't, and what actions need to be taken. You are the expert, but you will not be able to access this expertise without taking time to get to know yourself, love yourself, and appreciate yourself. With this attention, love, and awareness, you will begin to access information that will help you move forward in the best way possible. Data collection is simply paying attention, asking questions, and noticing patterns. I also lead you through a mind mapping exercise. And for the new year, every year I guide anyone who wants to join through an exercise that helps you identify how you want to feel so that you can start creating action steps based on how you want to feel. And so I outline that process in the book and walk you through a mind mapping exercise. All right, importance. This is coming from my motivational Oh, good, Carrie. Yes, I love it too. And hint, hint, be on the lookout and join us because it's a lot of fun in the new year. We have a new year planning party. Okay, importance. Knowing if something is important to you is helpful information. So I first learned about this in motivational interviewing. And this is a game changer. When you start to bring the conversation, the topic of importance into the conversation of you improving yourself, everything changes. Knowing if something is important to you is very helpful. Why? Because change is not easy. And when it's not important to you, you are not likely to make the change, no matter how much you think you should. I encourage you to start asking yourself, how important is this change? Ask yourself on a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being the best, or 1 being the worst, 10 being the best. How important is this change I'm attempting to make? If the importance level is below a 5, I invite you to get curious about this change. Is there a change that might make more sense? Because sometimes we're shoulding, right? Sometimes we're trying to make changes we think we should. And if it's an importance below 5, you may want to get curious about that because maybe there's a better change that's more important to you. And that is critical because if it's important to you, you're more likely to win at it. And we want to win, right? So if you're between a 5 and 7, you can ask yourself, what would make this change more important to me? I'm giving you the tools to coach yourself to be successful at anything you're working towards. I just had an aha moment. To hire a coach like that, it's about $150 for half an hour if they're good. And I really believe that I love coaching. I'm not saying anything against it, but not everyone has access to coaches. It's not always possible for everyone to invest that much money or time. And wouldn't it be better if you just knew how to do it for yourself? If you could empower and equip yourself with the knowledge of coaching yourself to succeed at everything it is you want to do. I need to remember that. I need to write that down. Okay. So remember to consider importance. The other thing you want to consider when you're working on yourself is confidence. That's another predictor of success. If you are not confident that you can do what you're trying to do, you're not likely to win at it. Oh, yes. Oh, Nikki, hello. Nikki from England. Yay. It's so amazing to see family here. Thank you. Yes, I will let you know. And I record it. So if it's too late for you, it's recorded. And I will gladly get that for you. See, note to self. I just collected a little data. I need to do a little better advertising those events and sharing them so that people know about them. All right, confidence, critical predictor of success. Learning to assess your own confidence is really important. It helps to determine if what you're trying to do is realistic because we want to win. We want to get away from dreamer, romantic, shoulding to what's possible. We want to be efficient. We want to be effective. We'll be happier. We'll be healthier that way. So I recommend asking yourself on a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being the worst, 10 being the best, how confident you are that you can complete the action item you set. This is great information, especially if you do it. If you're a 7 or above, you probably picked an action that is realistic for you. If you are below a 7, that may indicate that you either need to just change the goal a little bit to make it more realistic, or you may need to set a different goal. Get curious, ask yourself, um, I don't know why we are so stubborn as humans. We feel what matters most or what's of value are these big goals, big things that we want to accomplish. And we kind of poo poo the small stuff when it's those small itty bitty changes that get us to the big change. So brainwash yourself to remember that 100 small itty bitty changes create one big change. Okay. All right. Oh, and the scales are in the book. That was another thing I got a hard time. I am telling you, this stuff is not easy. It's like a constant battle. So, and in the book, I give you a little mind map so you can do your mind mapping. And then I walk you through how to set a SMART goal so that you'll win at your goal setting. And this is so cool. What if I did a reading club? If I did a reading club to read my book, would any of you want to join me? Because I want to work through my book. Because remember, I need it more than all of you. All right, my hope for you. I hope you find the best way to start learning from yourself. You are an amazing person worth getting to know. You hold terrific insights. Don't forget to listen to yourself. Mental strength. Champions are made from something they have deep inside them, a desire, a dream, a vision. They have to have the skill and the will, but the will must be stronger than the skill. Muhammad Ali. Mental strength and stamina are essential for building your inner genius. It's easy to focus on worry, go into autopilot, ask outsiders, fretting, stewing, and doing everything but asking the expert within for guidance. It takes mental strength, a lot of it, to habitually turn inward and ask empowering questions. Starting today, notice when your mind, body, and spirit seeks your attention. And do what you can to tune in, listen, ground yourself by doing an assessment to identify where you are feeling the sensations in your body. Tuning into your body will help you be in the moment. Follow this up by asking, what is my next best step? Mental strength is the backbone of change. Mental strength can also be practiced and improved. Mental strength occurs when your will is stronger than the noise in your mind. Remember, keep reminding yourself that the mind produces thoughts. That's its job. It doesn't mean that all the thoughts are worth believing. When doing difficult things, it takes mental strength to change the I can't thoughts with I can. In the past, I've maintained a running routine. Yeah. Only because I am not a runner and I don't like running, and my mind goes nuts when I don't even run. I call it wogging because it's like a cross between walking and jogging. It's really slow. But my mind goes crazy. It starts saying, Carla, what are you doing? You're not a runner. You can't do this. Oh, let's quit. I want to quit. I want to quit. I want to quit. So I like to do this regularly because that's how I practice training my brain. I practice, yes, I can. That is not true. I am still breathing. I can keep going. I'm building that muscle of mental strength. So I encourage you to think of an activity that is like that for you, that brings out all the mental demons, and practice. Practice retraining your brain. Another way to strengthen your mind is affirmation. I love affirmations and repetition, as you can see, because I've been repeating myself a lot. Why? We have a lot to learn from marketing, because when a company is serious about getting their message across, they're going to show it to you 100 plus times, thousands. You're going to see the same thing over and over and over and over again, because marketing companies know it takes repetition, which is why I repeat myself over and over again, because I know you need to hear it. I know I need to hear it hundreds of times. And you can be proactive and pick what you're being repetitive about. Hi, Heather. Thank you for joining. So, next time you're challenged, take a few deep breaths and do whatever you can to feel grounded. I go into an exercise. I walk you through a meditation. I sometimes don't want to use the word meditation because that doesn't appeal to everyone, but it's an exercise that helps you be right here in this moment and practice these principles I'm speaking to. Practicing strengthening your mind. My hope for you, I hope you build your mental strength. I hope you notice when opportunities arise to be mentally strong. I hope you exercise your mental strength muscles. I am rooting for your success. Mindful awareness. Okay. This last year, actually a year and a half ago, I started a training called Mindfulness-Based Stress Reduction Facilitator Training. It has changed my life. I took this training, this year and a half intensive training, because I wanted to help people. And you know who it ended up helping the most? I now think that practicing mindfulness, so just practicing being here in this moment, is one of the most powerful things we can do. The present moment is filled with joy and happiness. If you are attentive, you will see it. Thich Nhat Hanh. One of the greatest allies of building your inner genius muscle is the practice of mindful awareness. Mindful awareness is focused attention on the present moment. The mind is naturally very, very active and has the habit of wandering and thinking of the future and the past. Mindful awareness facilitators often say, the mind produces thoughts like the mouth produces saliva. I said that earlier. Learning to notice thoughts and redirect the mind back to the present moment can help improve all aspects of well-being. This past year, I've been training, as I mentioned earlier. And I thought, what is the big deal? Like, I don't understand this year and a half and having to practice every day, hour to hour and a half. I didn't get, I had 7 books I had to read. I'm still reading more. I didn't understand, because mindfulness simply means spending time in the present moment. And it means keeping the mind anchored to the present and practicing. So all mindfulness is accepting with kindness and compassion that your mind's going to wander all over the place. And you're saying, I'm going to spend some time bringing my mind back to this moment over and over and over and over again. I used to say, I don't like meditation because I don't like sitting still and I'm not good at it and my mind is too active. But that's the whole reason we practice is to be kind to ourselves, practice compassion, and practice bringing our mind back to this moment, back to this moment. Adopting a mindfulness practice has been life changing, not just for me, but this is one of the most researched areas of interventions that are not medication. This is connected to lowering blood pressure, to reducing pain, even when narcotics can't. That's crazy. That's a big deal. Reducing anxiety, improving relationships, lowering depression. It's really phenomenal what's possible. Mindful awareness involves the discipline of paying attention to the present moment. Practicing mindful awareness is like working out the physical body. The more you do it, the more you see results. It takes a lot of practice and patience. So, what's important to me is that you be able to find what works for you. So, in the book, I'm giving you different techniques because not everyone's the same. And so I walk you through ways to practice mindfulness through movement, through sound, through eating, through talking. I'm confident you'll find something that works for you. My story. I have a very active brain, very, very active. It takes a lot of energy for me to keep my awareness in the present moment. For many years, I wanted to be a meditator. I really did. But would often find myself frustrated because my brain did not want to cooperate. I felt like I was not good at it. I believed others were better, and I really thought it was boring to sit still. I have since learned that everyone has an active brain, and it's challenged for people to keep their focused attention on the present moment. In fact, for everyone I've ever met, I haven't met someone that's, oh, this is so easy. My teachers have been doing this for decades, and they say this is hard. This is the hardest work, the most rewarding, but difficult. I learned meditation is not boring. I was just uncomfortable with sitting still and facing my thoughts. I was not comfortable with some of the thoughts I was having. Ironically, this is precisely why I needed to sit and practice mindful awareness so that I could learn I was not my thoughts and how to befriend my thoughts. Mindful awareness is a lifestyle. It teaches us to be kind to ourselves, to be faithful, to build our will. It supports us meeting all of the goals that we want to set. It helps us to focus on what matters most. Mindful awareness helps you to understand yourself. It supports you to be and do your best. It's a simple concept, but it takes lots of practice, lots. My hope for you. I hope you take time to focus your attention on the present moment. I hope you learn to befriend your thoughts and act from a place of kindness and compassion towards yourself and others. All right. A little sip of water, and then we're on to the next chapter. Here we go. I thank you again for any comments you leave. It helps the algorithm. I don't know. So more people get to see it. And thank you in advance if you're willing to share this out to your network. And if you think this work is worthy, I ask you to buy the ebook on Kindle. And leave an honest review. It will help me reach more people. Right now, the book is on print. and ebook on Amazon, and it will be everywhere else, God willing, on Thursday. So, and how to find it, because in the search engine, it's starting to come up, so that's good. But also, carlacaldwell.com. It's the first little button. Thank you. Okay. Best time to work on your inner genius. Are you ready? What's the best time? I know you're wondering this. Carla, when do I do all of this? Be patient with yourself. Self growth is tender, it's holy ground. There's no greater investment. Stephen Covey. All the time. All the time is the best time to work on building your inner genius. All day, you're presented with opportunities to practice involving the expert within, from what you eat to what you wear to your relationships. Getting used to tuning in and following your inner genius guidance takes consistent practice. First, I will share my experience, then I will share some convenient steps to support you using this method, especially during tough times. Tune into your inner genius when you go on autopilot. Oh my gosh, this is the best time. So, what do I mean? If you're driving and all of a sudden you're like, how did I get here? Does that ever happen to you? That's autopilot. Or maybe you're washing dishes and then you notice all of a sudden that they're all done and you're like, how did that happen? That's autopilot. So when you catch yourself doing that, when you tune out and start to go through the motions, this is an opportunity to get curious and learn more about yourself. Ask yourself, why am I tuning out right now? What can I learn from this? What can I do to stay in the present moment? Look back at your life in the past couple of weeks and identify situations and parts of the day when you tend to run on autopilot. Get curious and ask yourself why this is happening. Why are you tuning out? What can you learn about these moments? Ask yourself what you can do to tune in. What is one small thing I can do to stay present when I tune out? My story. I recently did this exercise and identified that when I'm first transitioning from work to home to being with my family, I tune out. I don't hear my kids talking to me. I'm just not really aware of my surroundings. I tend to tune out and I get really busy going from task to task, like cleaning, cooking, that sort of thing. And when I ask myself, why am I tuning out? What can I learn? I found that I tune out because I would like to take time to sit and process my work day and let it go. I didn't realize that my inner genius was like, hey, I need a little break, need a little transition in between events. I kept ignoring it. So I'd go into autopilot. When I ask myself, what is one small thing I can do? It's so simple. All my inner genius wanted was spend a few minutes in between the transition of my day just to be still and rest and process any wins and anything I'd like to do better next time. I also know it would be helpful to mentally tell myself, okay, let go of the workday before going on to the next part of the day, which is being with my family. I now use this throughout the day because I started realizing how powerful this was. What I needed was, when I stopped working, I needed a little time, just a little time to take a few deep breaths, to process anything that may have happened during the day. And even just saying, okay, Carla, work is over. Now it's family time. So I've been applying that to other parts of my day and I found it very, very helpful. And I really encourage you to follow the exercise in this book because you'll identify for yourself, when are you going into autopilot? What can you do different? And why would you want to? Because life is juicier and better when you're in it. It gets better and feels better when you're in the moment. All right. My hope for you. I hope you enjoy the process of asking yourself for advice. I hope you appreciate this gift available to you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. This section is one of my favorites because I did a whole chapter for you to practice and I gave you sample questions. And again, as always, there's room for you to write in it. Yay! Okay, inner critic awareness. This is going to be huge. I need to, let's see. I'm running out of batteries, so hold on. Hold on, we're going to get it together. I hope you all are doing amazing. Those of you still with me, you are troopers. And those of you joining, welcome. I am Carla Caldwell reading You Are the Expert of You, which came out today. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. It was 7 years journey. Okay. Someone from the Instagram side, do you mind telling me if you can still hear me? Because I had to change things. Oh, Sarah. Oh my gosh, you're amazing that you're still with me. Okay, and for Instagram, can you hear me? Because I had to change things, and so I need to make sure you can't hear me. Okay. Can you hear me now? All right, Dio says she can still hear me. Why can't you hear me? Oh, we're going to believe Dio. Okay. I can't believe you're still with me, Dio. I'm going to cry again. I've been finding that I am crying a lot lately. Okay. Inner critic awareness. Here we go. Oh, Nikki, thank you for still being here. Thank you. This one's, I keep saying this. I'm famous for this. I'm like, this is really important. This is so important. This one's important. All right, here we go. Inner critic awareness. You know, I think if I had one magic wish for everyone in the world, it would be to be kind to themselves. I think it would solve almost everything. Self-compassion is the radical act of treating ourselves with the same kindness, concern, and support we would offer to a good friend, by Kristen Neff. Oh, Roxanne, thank you for still being here. Thank you. It is important to be aware of the inner critic. Oh my gosh, the beautiful inner critic. Hello, nice to see you. Oh, Fabian's here too. You should say hi. Fabian's dear friend, who's a very talented musical artist. All right. It is important to be aware of the inner critic. Listen to this, especially all of us need this message. The inner critic is not helpful. It is not helpful. I do not know of any instance where the inner critic is not helpful. Now, telling the truth to ourselves is helpful. Empowered action is helpful, not the inner critic. Mostly, it drains you of your energy. Being aware supports you to change your mindset from criticism to curiosity and compassion. The inner critic judges your actions from a critical lens. It also it also causes doubt and contributes to self-consciousness and often blocks empowered action. The inner critic provides feedback that is not helpful for personal awareness and personal growth. The more we get to understand our inner critic and the more we shift from criticism to compassion, curiosity, and empowered action, the better we do. Curiosity and compassion are better perspectives for energizing and problem solving. You'll be and do better when your perspective is supportive. Changing your mindset requires you to pay attention to your thoughts. When you notice your mind having thoughts that are self critical, you can step in and choose differently. With time and practice, you'll change the way you speak to yourself. I recommend removing any language you would not use with a child or with someone you love and care about. I have a long way to go on this, but I am telling you, my life is getting better tremendously. I don't have words for it, just from changing the way I speak to myself. As much as I can, I try to pay attention. And some of the thoughts that I allow to live in my head are absolute. I would never speak to anyone that way. And I wish I were unique in this. I wish I were the only one. But in the groups I lead, again, it's one of those things where everyone raises their hand and it just doesn't matter what degree they have, what degree they don't have, where they came from, what this inner critic seems to be a common experience, and it's not helpful. When you catch inner critic thoughts, do the following. Take a deep breath. Feel gratitude for anything or even just for noticing. Like, oh, I'm so grateful I noticed that's happening. 3, ask yourself, is this thought helpful? If any part of the thought is helpful, you can move towards identifying why and asking yourself, what is my next best step? Because that's what we want to train ourselves to do, is to stay in an empowered state where we can take meaningful action. 4, if the thought is not helpful, label the thought as not beneficial. So when I'm having a thought, um, like earlier when I had my microphone fiasco, I'm sorry again for my Instagram folks. I started saying, Carla, how stupid. And I was like, I'm not going to be reading this book to all of you and then start in on how stupid I am, right? So I thank you. Thank you, Gianna. Thank you. I just, you know what? It could happen to anyone, and it happened to me, and now I have something to laugh about. Sarah saying this is so big, paying attention to how I speak to myself. When I stop and pay attention to this, it's astounding. Yeah, I know, Sarah, and I would never want that for you. That's the thing that gets to me, is we would not want that for anyone that we love. Never. But we do it to ourselves. So if the thought is not helpful, just label it. Okay, that's not helpful. And replace it with something positive. 5, the best way to manage your inner critic is to stop and redirect. So it's like we're reparenting ourselves. We're reparenting with a lot of patience. And just like we would with a baby or a toddler, we don't lose our patience like the 1,000 times it takes them to learn how to take their first step, like 10,000 times, right? So we're going to bring that same compassion and kindness to ourselves. Like, oh, there you go again, stumbling. Okay, that's okay. Work with ourselves, kindness. The inner critic, as much as I don't think it's helpful, it's not terrible. Most of the time, our inner critic is just fearful. And it's even trying to protect us in a non helpful way. Many times, the inner critic appears when you want to do something big and different. Different and big and scary. If your inner critic is activated out of fear, I encourage you to bring reason to the table and affirm yourself it will be okay. So if I start getting critical of myself, like while I'm doing this with all of you, like Carla, you're not reading well, Carla, you're doing this, Carla, you're doing that, I'm going to bring reason to the table. Like, no, Carla, you're doing your best. You're doing good. Oh, yes. Yes. Let me know and I'll send you another copy. Okay. But they're all available on Amazon as ebook, print, and Live Your Best Life is on Audible. And I really, when I recorded that, it was like a coaching session. Um, I've been listening to it lately. It's been kind of fun. It's like I'm coaching myself. All right. So just remember your inner critic, it's not terrible. It's just sometimes we have to bring reason to the table. Sometimes the inner critic can represent a younger version of yourself, along with program language you may have heard as a little person. When I feel my inner critic saying critical things or stopping me from having an experience out of fear, I get curious and I begin to ask, does this have anything to do with little Carla? Is it you, little Carla? Are you repeating something that you heard as a little girl? Are you trying to protect me? If the answer is yes, it allows me to talk to little Carla and help her heal. I have found this to be such an empowered action to reparent myself because think about it. Our parents, my parents did amazing. They did the absolute best they could with what they knew, right? But now I know more, right? I know me. And so now I can go back and reparent some of the misunderstandings I may have had. Oh, good, Nikki. Yes, I hope you read it. Thank you so much, Miranda. I'm not sure if your first name is Miranda or Gianna, but I'm grateful that you showed up. Thank you. So, my hope for you, I hope you notice when your mind is having thoughts that are not helping you to be and do your best. I hope you take a deep breath and I hope you redirect your mind with empowered thoughts. And there's also a practice session in there. All right, key points. And then we're on to part 3. All right, we're over half. We're going to make it. I'm going to make it. And I'm not going to lose my voice. So, key points for building your inner genius muscle. 1, get good at listening to your inner genius. It takes lots of practice. 2, know what matters most to you and connect it to everything you do for the absolute best outcomes. 3, get in the habit of collecting data from the most important place, you. Number 4, adopt a kind and curious mindset. 5, all right, deep breath, everybody. Receive this one. Ready? Decrease suffering by spending time in the present moment. Suffering doesn't exist right here, right now. It exists in the future and rehashing the past. 6, remember it's always the right situation and it's always a good time to ask your inner genius. 7, be aware of the inner critic and respond with kindness and curiosity. And 8, commit to remembering you are the expert of you, one situation at a time. Part 3, navigating life. Oh my gosh, this is where rubber meets the road. How do we navigate our life and make it better, right? Using our inner genius. Let's face it, life is a constant challenge. It's full of unexpected detours that no one but you can navigate. Sheryl Crow. Your inner genius makes everything better and easier. You must tune in to your inner genius to gain the benefits. It is a simple concept, not easy to do consistently, but you can start today to work on making it a habit. There are 2 crucial times of the day that, if you are willing to devote 5 to 10 minutes, can help you be and do your best. Are you willing? Are you willing to invest 10 minutes per day? It's nothing. Are you willing to do this if you know it will improve life satisfaction, your health, happiness, success, and overall well-being? I feel like you all are answering a big fat yes to that. The 2 times of day are the beginning of your day and the end, the bookends to your day. Those 2 times initiate your day and complete it. Like most, you probably hit the ground running without much thought other than getting through all your to-dos. You go, go, go until your head hits the pillow, then you do it again the next day. If you are not already doing so, I propose adding a small ritual. Like and making it so important like brushing your teeth, that important. I invite you to add this ritual at the beginning of your day and at the end. Think of the ritual as quality management. Here we go, quality management again. Most workspaces and businesses have some form of quality improvement and a ritual or practice to identify what is working and what is not working. This is essential for businesses and organizations across the board to do better. We are not different. We need that too. We need that quality management, that quality check. Most workspaces and businesses also have a routine that initiates the day to help support having the most effective day possible, like a morning huddle, a morning report, a morning meeting. I suggest something similar for your personal life to improve and enhance your daily performance. So, what I do in the book is I give you questions to answer and guide you on setting your own morning and evening routine. And it may seem a little strange, but there's a reason that companies that are successful, organizations, education systems that do this are successful. It's really important to evaluate what's going well, what's not going so well, and what are we going to do about it? Because if you don't take that time daily, it just builds and builds and builds and builds until it blows up into a catastrophe, right? Or by pure accident, you get to somewhere good. So I'm inviting you to be intentional. I'm inviting you to, it takes 5 to 10 minutes to follow this practice. And I'm giving you guideposts that you can utilize to create your own practice. My hope for you, I hope you take the opportunity to check in during the morning and at night. You matter. Your success matters. I hope you identify what's working and what's not. I hope you pay attention and keep working towards your best self. All right, let's get into goal setting. I think someone was asking me, how is your book different? Because a lot of people write books. A lot of people write books about self-help, self-improvement, goal setting. I've read, I mean, I have a whole bookcase full of them, right? And when I got asked what's different about your book? Well, a lot of it's the same. I'm going to be honest. But where I think I'm different is I'm trying to guide you to find your process. I'm sharing a lot of this information and guiding you to apply it to yourself and to learn how you work and to create a system that supports you, that's unique to you. All right, our next section, goal setting with your inner genius. Here we go. Reach high for stars. Okay, let me start again because I messed it up. Reach high, for stars lie hidden in you. Dream deep, for every dream precedes the goal. And that is by Rabindranath Tagore. I love that quote. Goals give your motivation and desires direction. That is another thing I'm really passionate about. It's like getting past ideas into actions, into actualizing. Goals provide action to your ideas. I love goal setting, and that is a skill set. Goal setting in an effective and successful way is a skill set. In all my experience with health behavior change, goals are a critical component to success. So, goal setting basics. One, know what matters most to you. So, we just went back to this. Know what matters most to you. That's the fuel, that's the motivation. Connect what matters most to you to the goal, because that will ensure that you move forward, that you're more likely to succeed. 3, whenever setting goals, make them SMART. Specific, measurable, action-oriented, realistic, and time-sensitive. I outline all of this in the book and give you lots of opportunities to practice, because I find, even though I'm well versed in SMART goals, I teach them all the time. And yet, a lot of the day, I will name ideas like, ooh, I want to learn more about this, or I want to be more active. And that's it. That's where it stays. So, one of the things that I encourage you to do is to train yourself to notice when you're having idea thoughts and mobilize them. Make them actionable by making it a SMART goal. So you then want to test your confidence, which we talked about earlier in the book. And you want to set up accountability. Make yourself accountable, either to yourself, to someone else. Accountability is an important part of follow through. From this moment forward, be mindful of when your mind says things like, I wish, I could, etc., or need, or maybe. If you really are serious about these changes, set yourself up for success by moving ideas to actions. Honor them because you are the expert and your inner genius is communicating ideas that help you be and do your best. Reword these thoughts and hopes into tangible, actionable, SMART goals. When you put pen to paper, make sure you are working on, it's really important just to make sure you're making it specific, again, measurable, action-oriented, realistic, and time-sensitive. This will ensure your follow-through. It will make it more likely that you succeed. And the rest of this chapter really just um, emphasizes how to integrate what we spoke about earlier, like making sure what you do is important to you and making sure you're confident. And how do you make that real, one goal at a time? And I give you practice. So there's a practice session for goal setting. My hope for you, I hope you listen to your precious ideas and your calls from your inner genius for change. Trust in yourself. Make small changes one at a time. I hope you trust in the process and stay committed to small, consistent changes. All right, we're moving right along. This is so exciting. Huh. I'm just checking my oh good. There we go. Don't mind me. I'm checking everything. Oh, Felicia, hello. I'm happy you're here. Welcome. All right, now change is painful, but nothing is as painful as staying stuck somewhere you don't belong. Oh, I felt that in my soul by Mandy Hale. Every life change can provide opportunities for growth and learning. When you think you have something figured out, it can feel like you're starting over when life shifts. One thing that can be a constant is remembering you are the expert of you and you have your inner genius to lean on. The situation may be new, but your inner genius is not unique. It knows you and it's always there for you. Major life changes are filled with unknowns, which can be perceived as stressful. This is an important time to be mindful. Stay in the present moment as much as possible. Don't entertain what ifs. I find what ifs are not very helpful. Despite knowing the information I'm sharing, I still forget. I forgot today, this morning. It takes mindfulness and practice to remind myself that I'm the expert of me. It's important to be curious, get grounded, and stay in the moment. So much mental suffering occurs when rehashing the past or projecting into the future. My story. I am aware of the concepts in this chapter. I teach them. I try to live them as much as possible, but I'm very stubborn and I forget all the time to use the tools that I know work. Recently, I've been experiencing a life change. My two older sons are transitioning from late teens to early adult. No one prepared me for this. um, and I find myself confused a lot of the time with questions like, how can I help them? How much is too much help? Am I handling this in the best way? Mentally, I've been experiencing stressful thoughts and entertaining a lot of what ifs. My mind can get dramatic. I felt so uncomfortable because I don't know what to do. So I go on the internet. I search parenting journals for young adults. I asked the Grown and Flown group the other day, they tore me apart. Oh, there's my sweetheart. Yay. I'm glad to know you're safe. Thank you. Can't concentrate because I just saw my sweetheart. Okay, focus. I don't even know where I'm at, everybody. What happened? So, mentally, I've been experiencing stressful thoughts and a lot of what ifs. And I went on Grown and Flown and asked for advice. And oh my gosh, some people were really kind and helpful, and other people just tore me apart on there. Um, Not me, the situation. And my husband, his ears were burning because I ruminate with my husband. The one thing that I keep forgetting to do when it comes to parenting my young adults is to tune in. When I notice my mind is on the hamster wheel of worry, I stop and take a deep breath and I ask, what is one small thing I can do to manage this challenge? Every time I ask this question, I get a solid answer that makes sense for me. It empowers me. Yesterday, the answer was to take a deep breath, go on a walk. After my walk, I asked the question again, and the answer was to tell my boys I love them and that I'm here for them. I asked the question again, and the answer was to spend more time in meditation to ground myself. On and on. I kept asking, what is one small thing? I share this with you because I'm trying to be transparent that in so many of my life situations, I literally feel like I don't know what to do, especially when it comes to parenting. And I don't know how to help or what. And I go on this crazy search for answers. But every time I remember to tune in, right? That I remember to ask myself, what's one small thing I can do? There's always an answer, and it's always empowered, and it's always what's best. So, some of the life changes that you might use this for: changing jobs, very helpful. Moving to another home, another town, another state, another country. Age changes. I'm starting to use this because I'm going through premenopause. So everything's changing. Like what I eat, I won't get into it. Everything's changing. Having children in different stages of parenting, marriage, financial challenges, changes, experiencing loss, losing or gaining a friendship. Those are just a few examples, but basically any life change you experience where you don't know what to do or um, how how to handle it, you can ask your inner genius. I love you too, Fabian. Thank you. So, great questions to ask during life changes. What's my next best step? Notice that one's making an appearance again. How can I best take care of myself and those around me? And I hope you'll use this book as a reference because maybe right now you're not going through a life change, but maybe when you do, you'll remember that there's a resource. I feel like I'm trying to extend my hand in this book and share with you a way to manage when you're going through a challenge and a way to manage that's empowering, that utilizes your own inner wisdom. So I have a whole guided exercise on what to do during a life change. The page number we're on is 87. My hope for you. I hope you empower yourself when experiencing life changes by consulting your inner genius. Sweetheart, but it will be different for ebooks, and that's all anyone can have right now because the print book takes a few days to get to people. All right. Daily, weekly, monthly inner genius planning. It takes as much energy to wish as it does to plan. Eleanor Roosevelt. She was one of my heroes when I was little. And I just agree. I love moving from ideas to action. It makes me feel good when we can talk about how do we get this done? How do we get done what we want? Planning and tuning in is an integral part of personal success. I have read it, learned it, experienced it, and most importantly, seen it with thousands of people who successfully make life changes. I love asking people who experience success if you had to name the top two things. I'm always asking this. If you had to name two things, the top two things that contribute to your success, what is it? And almost every time without fail, it involves some sort of planning. There's always some sort element of planning that goes into all forms of success, which um, is a signal to me to pay attention. That's why it's a whole chapter in my book. So I outline how to move practical steps from moving from an idea to an action. How can you plan it? And this doesn't take a lot of time. If you sat with this, the 6 steps that I walk you through, probably 5 minutes, maybe 5 to 10 minutes. But what it means is that you go from having an idea of something that matters to you to action planning items. Keep your inner genius close when you plan. Tune in and ask questions like, what is my next best step? Or is this realistic? Stay away from shoulds. Stop shoulding on yourself and stay connected to what is best for you. Planning looks different for everyone. Just like everything else that we've discussed so far, your way is your way and it's the best way for you. I personally like planning on paper, but I've seen other people who like planning, dictating, or using their phone or computer. There's so many different ways. Find the way that works for you. Make it fun. Planning doesn't have to be boring. It can be fun. Ask my family. Like, it's my favorite time. Sunday, it's my time. I sit outside in my chair. I have my tea or my coffee, and I have all my journals and books and my planner, and I plan. I think it makes it easier when you make it fun. It's worth investing to figure out what works for you. It's also helpful to align planning with a routine. So, what I was speaking to earlier when I said evaluate your day in the morning and evening, I keep my planning book in my closet. Why? Because I have to go there in the morning and I got to go in there at night. So there it is. Make it easy for yourself. The easier you make it, the more you work with who you are, not with what someone else is, the more likely you are to succeed at this. Have accountability partners. I love accountability partners. Integrate planning with your favorite cup of tea, your favorite chair. When planning for the week, ask yourself, what is my intention for this week? What are 3 things I can do this week to help me work towards my long-term goals? Um, I I'm not going to read this part because it's guiding you through planning, how to make it personal to you. How do you take planning and how do you identify what your likes and dislikes are and create a process that works for you? My hope for you, I hope you set time daily to be intentional and check in with your inner genius. I hope you have meaningful conversations that explore what matters most to you and how to get there. You are the expert of you. Your inner genius knows your next best steps. I hope you listen and follow through. All right, cultivating a garden. A thriving garden requires water, sunlight, and time. And apparently I said that. It seems so much easier to just consult an expert or follow what a friend and family member have done or listen to what the media says is the current magic solution. All of it seems better than finding the answer that most suits you. I get it. I still battle daily wanting an easy fix. Um, Consider how much time has been lost following other solutions that haven't worked out. Are you consulting yourself before you move forward with other people's ideas? Other people's ideas are valuable, but we have to run it through our own system. Like, is this helpful for me? How can I tailor it for me? If you're not doing this, I encourage you to do so. You are the expert of you. And if you do not take responsibility, you are missing the largest part of the equation, which is you. No one knows you better. No other expert knows the ins and outs of you. Trust yourself, even if the solution that is best for you does not seem as convenient as the fast fix. I encourage you to do it anyways. Your life is like a garden. And when you want to create a new experience, that's like a new seedling. And a new seedlings do not just appear, it takes time. First, you consult yourself, ask what is the next best step, and then next comes the proposed solution. Then a plan must be created for this solution and it must be set in place. The answer is the seed. The plan is the sowing of the seed. Every day, this seed needs care and nutrients. This comes in daily actions, continued assessments, and altering of plans to meet your unique needs and situation. This will change daily. A seed would never be expected to automatically produce a plant, fruit, or vegetable. It takes time. Same with your own ideas and solutions. They take time. Do not dismiss yourself as the expert simply because it takes time and effort to generate results from your thoughts and what you know. You are the expert and you have an inner genius inside you. What does your garden need? Nourish your garden. What matters most? Your mission and motivation are powerful fertilizers for your garden. Your talents and skills are your tools. You are the gardener. And with the help of your inner genius, you can determine how much water your garden needs. Your garden needs daily attention. My hope for you, I hope you plant a seed today. A commitment to honor that you are the expert of you. I hope every day you water this commitment with small changes that most benefit your health and well-being. I hope for your success. Okay. Part 4. We're going to make it, everybody. I'm going to make it, hopefully. I just need a little sip of my coffee and water. All right. If you've just joined me, make sure you say hello in the comments. I appreciate you so much. I love any and all comments. I appreciate them. Please share out with your network. And You Are the Expert of You is available on Amazon in print and in ebook. If you find this work helpful, will you please buy the Kindle version? It's only $2.99 and leave an honest review. It will help me reach more people. And the link to my book is in most all of my bios, but I'm going to put it's also at carlacaldwell.com. Okay, here we go. I hope I had to stretch. All right. Part 4, Inner Genius Tips and Tricks. Oh, good, Sarah. Yes, write in it. That will make my heart happy. Write in the book, write in it. That was life-changing too, when I decided that I could write in my books, because I used to try to protect them. I mean, even my journal and paper, I'll be like, "Oh, I can't write it because if it's not good enough and I'll waste it." Everything, like, I didn't wanna waste anything. And now I write in my books. I write my ideas, I write in my beautiful journals because, it's not a waste. All right, part 4. Inner genius tips and tricks. Mindfulness isn't difficult. We just need to remember to do it, by Sharon Salzberg. Taking responsibility and relying on your inner genius is a lifestyle and life's journey. I have found a few tips and tricks along the way, and I'm excited to share. I'm excited to share. Ooh, I think I found it. No, I didn't find anything. Shh. Shh. I'm excited to share with you ways I've found to improve the connection with the inner genius and leverage the connection to benefit all aspects of life. So, inner genius and life partnerships. Here we go. My story: I've been married for over 20 years. One of my secrets to staying married is listening to my inner genius and remembering that I am the expert of me. I suffered mentally for many years of my marriage because I focused on societal, family, and cultural expectations. When I first got married, I had no idea what I was doing. I still don't know what I'm doing, but it is better. In the beginning, I relied on what my parents would tell me, what my neighbors said, what I saw in the movies and shows, what I observed other couples doing. And by the way, everyone was doing it better. That's how I observed it. Everybody else knew something I didn't. The advice given to me by others and my observations of what worked in other relationships did not apply to me and my husband. We are unique. And I have since discovered I really do not know what is happening with others. I have no idea what's happening in other people's houses. I don't live with them. I remember so many insecurities in the beginning and thinking that everyone else was doing it better and they knew something, comparing us to other couples and thinking they were doing it better was never helpful, not once. One year that was extra challenging, I started saying the prayer, how can I improve my relationship with my husband? I got some immediate answers that included focusing on myself, to manage my feelings and emotions, and to communicate. The details are not important. What matters is that every time I ask my inner genius what to do next, I receive clear answers. Even though it felt like an overwhelming number of things that needed to change, I realized I could take one small step at a time. It helped me to get clear on what I wanted from my relationship and why. My first small step was one I was not expecting. When it became clear that I wanted a thriving relationship with my husband, I identified the starting place was me. I lost my place. It was that surprising that I lost my place. I was really not expecting it to be me. Ah. So, um, I find it interesting that 90% of the time, I would maybe even say higher, maybe 95%. When I'm working on my relationship, most of the work happens with me, not even the other person. For the last several years, I've focused on my self care, learning more about myself and communication. Every now and then, when I ask myself what small thing, it may involve communicating something with my husband or asking him something, but most of the time it concerns me. I just find that fascinating. I would never have guessed the key to improving my relationship relies primarily on improving myself. And this hasn't just been true in marriage, it's been true in all of my relationships. In your partnership, lean into your inner genius. Listen to any guidance or ask for it. Ask yourself, what is one small thing I can do to improve my relationship? Be curious. Pay attention to your feelings. Listen to your inner genius. Inner genius and parenting. Parenting is not for the weak of heart. And I have found that utilizing my inner genius has been critical because most of the time I don't know what to do with parenting or what's best. And so I have to tune in and ask myself, what's my next best step for the greater good of all? I want to give some general guidelines for using your inner genius and relationships, all relationships, no matter if they're romantic, if they're life partnerships, family relationships, friends, coworkers. I invite you to do the following. 1, identify what is the goal. What is your goal for this relationship? 2, why why do you want this for your relationship? So identify the goal and find out why. Why do you want that? And then ask yourself, what is one small thing I can do to name the goal and keep asking that question and acting on the guidance as much as your relationship needs? So, for example, my goal for my relationship may be I want connection. And why do I want that? Because I feel good when we're connected. I feel better. I do better. So then I might ask myself, what is one small thing I can do to foster connection? And I keep asking that. And I keep doing the suggestions so that I can keep improving my relationship. I do give a few guidelines in here about when you're having challenges in relationship. Again, um I'm fumbling along with everyone else, and even more so. But these suggestions do work because what they do is they ask you to tune into yourself. You're the expert of you, you're the one living your life. And in this practice section, I guide you to identify empowered actions so that you can improve your relationships based on your own reality. My hope for you. I hope when you experience a challenge with a relationship, you ask yourself, what is your next best step? And keep asking that question and taking small steps until your relationship matches its desired state. I pray you believe in yourself and your ability to bring healing to your relationship. Trust. Oh gosh, trust. Here we go. I just love this cover. I'm so excited. I love the butterfly. It makes me feel hopeful. Thank you again for gifting me with your time. It means everything to me. Thank you. Thank you for letting me share my work from the last 7 years with you. Trust. Trust is like the air we breathe. When it's present, nobody really notices. When it's absent, everyone notices. By Warren Buffett. Trusting in yourself requires a mind shift. Shifting from trusting others first to trusting in yourself takes time and practice. Trusting is a critical component to remembering you are the expert of you and listening to your inner genius. Hi, Jordan. Hello to your family. Hello to you. Building trust happens daily and moment to moment. Listening to your body when it asks for rest, listening to your body when it has needs, listening to your mind when it has a suggestion, listening to your heart when you experience wants and desires, following your gut instincts when you feel strongly about something, listening to your spirit. Building trust requires you to listen to all parts of you. It may sound out of this world or so simple, it's easy to dismiss, but there is this place inside you with so much information and guidance. Learn to respond to yourself the same way you respond to those who matter to you. Responding to yourself supports your loved ones and community in the best way possible. Expect that it takes practice, and sometimes it takes several times. For me, sometimes hundreds of times before you listen to yourself. It can take time to notice that your mind, body, or spirit is trying to communicate with you. When you notice your inner genius trying to communicate, take a moment to mentally say, "Thank you." And listen to your guidance. It's normal to be stubborn and not to listen, but that doesn't mean we don't keep trying. What matters is to listen to your inner genius as much as possible. It's normal to be apprehensive about listening. You may feel it takes too long, or you may doubt what your inner genius is telling you. It's normal. I recommend in the moments you are doubtful to place your hand on your heart and remind yourself, I trust you. I'm listening. I trust you. I'm listening. You will find the more you listen to yourself, it takes less time than you think. And the relief you feel when you follow through on the actions your inner genius is requesting support your overall well being. And even better yet, they support the well being of everyone around you. It's so beautiful. My experience a few weeks ago, I felt tired. And my mind and body kept asking for rest, honestly, over and over and over again. I was like, later, later, later. I don't have time. I need to rest. The messages kept coming. I kept ignoring. I was thinking, I don't have time for this. And finally, it hit me that my mind, body, and spirit had been requesting rest for over 2 days. And I was ignoring it. And if I put together all the time it took to say, I don't have time, later, 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 I could have probably had a really decent nap. I would never ignore a request from my family, from work, from my patients, never, not once. I stopped what I was working on and laid down on my bed to rest. And guess how much rest I needed? This is the funniest thing. So I'd been avoiding this for 2 days. I finally lay down. I finally like, Carla, you need to listen to yourself. You listen to everybody else. I lay down. Guess how much rest I needed? It's so silly. All I needed was 2 minutes. After 2 minutes, like my mind, body, and spirit were like, "Ah." Cracks me up. I couldn't believe it was just 2 minutes. That made an amazing impression on me because I thought, wow, I need to listen more often. This may sound so simple, but for most, it's not. For me, it's not simple. Sounds simple, not simple to do. It's not something that can be understood with our minds. It is energy frequency. It's helpful to focus on yourself and your own experience. So remember a time that you had an insight that you followed through on and benefited from. So take a moment and just remember the last time you followed some inner guidance you had. What happened? How did it feel? Where did you feel it in your body? When I listen, I feel taller and my heart feels open. So, Focus on the feeling and bookmark it. Check, just make a little bookmark. Next, notice when you have a request from yourself, be on the lookout for all needs and demands, big or small. I am talking about when your mind, body, and spirit ask for help or offer suggestions, whether it's to use the restroom, get a drink of water, take time off, to be sad, rest, go outside, express an emotion, an idea. Be on the lookout for any need and or request from your mind, body, and spirit. This is the most important person in your life, you, communicating to you and asking for things. You wouldn't ignore your family member. You wouldn't ignore your friend. Don't ignore the most important person in your life. Don't ignore yourself. The same urgency you have for other people or situations that cause you to stop and attend to them is the feeling I want you to start applying to your own needs and requests. At first, it will feel like work and it will not feel authentic. You are literally rewiring your brain to place the same importance you have for others on yourself. Responding to your inner genius requests is your homework until you respond to requests from your inner genius with the same urgency as you do for others. And I currently am still doing this homework. I'm just going to be honest. But it is getting better. I noticed that now instead of having to ask 146 times, I, I'm probably at like 15, maybe. I don't know. It's getting better. All right. And then, as always, in the book, I give you practice sections. Will you please, if you get my book in print, will you message me if you write in it and like show me a picture? That would make my heart so happy if I saw you writing in the book, like really making it yours. My hope for you. I hope you listen to your needs with the same attentiveness you would give a child or an elder. Your needs matter. You matter. Your care and well being support the health of your family and community. Okay, a little sip of water. All right, we're in the home stretch. Which is good because I'm getting really hungry. All right. Be of service. All right. Thank you for being here with me. Thank you for your comments. Thank you for sharing this out with your network if you find it valuable. And if you want to help me reach more people, please buy the Kindle version. It's only $2.99 and leave me an honest review. Those reviews, that's what helps get more awareness. So that's very helpful. And of course, I always want you to order the print version because it's so fun. It's like a workbook. It really is a guide. All right, be of service. No one has ever become poor by giving, by Anne Frank. No one has ever become poor by giving. All right. It can be challenging to listen to your inner genius. It may be helpful to think of your inner genius from a service mindset. Many of the beautiful people I know are more motivated when they know that what they do will serve others. And if that's you, I really hope you'll read this chapter because if that's what drives you, being of service to others, listening to your inner genius will help you meet that goal. Believing you are the expert of yourself and consulting your inner genius to make the best possible choices benefits you and every person you influence. Tapping into the power of your inner genius makes things better, not just for yourself, but for everyone around you. Anytime you avoid tuning into your inner genius, remind yourself it's good for you to check in and ask your inner genius about next best steps for the betterment of all. This mental shift can help empower you to do the work necessary to become mindful and aware that you are the expert of you. When you make your mind up to be of service to others, you will do better in all aspects of your life. Being of service and focusing your efforts to make our world a better place for one person or many is an uplifting and optimistic perspective. Making it about others and not just about you will inspire creative ways to be successful. Being of service is helpful in so many ways. It inspires you to look at your own personal gifts and talents to share with your community. It is beneficial because the more time you spend doing what you love and what you are good at, you'll feel better and you will do better. You are meant to share what you know and love with the whole world. Each person was created with a unique talent. And when it is kept to yourself, this can be a source of great unhappiness. And it doesn't serve our community and our world. Spending time doing more of what you are good at will naturally help you improve, benefiting your mind and wellness. Being in the act of service is a complete mind shift from me to we. It will inspire you to think of more than just yourself and help enforce the truth that you make our world a better place. Think outside the box. There are more ways to help than just volunteering at a church or a soup kitchen. Are you good with numbers? What about helping a nonprofit, a school? Are you good with finances? Most communities would greatly benefit from financial awareness. Are you good with tech? Everyone needs help with tech. Are you great at staying organized? All professions and age groups need help with this. The possibilities are endless. If you are an introvert, you can help by starting a blog that shares information or shares on social media. I have some prompts for finding the best ways for you to be of service in your own unique ways. Being of service is bigger than just helping other people. Being of service is an integral part of advancing our community. Every single person has a unique role to play in making things better globally. When you start involving yourself in acts of service, you begin to see meaning in life, especially your purpose. The energy of creation and giving and improving is infectious. You will start to attract people to work with and serve. You will see you are needed and that your presence matters. When you operate from the energy of belonging and being needed, you will be completely different than if you are just living for yourself. My work in healthcare has shown me when someone has a service mentality, they are brighter, they are healthier, and more resilient. When someone is not of service, I can also tell that they are often not well, unhappy, and lack coping skills. It's a marked difference. When I used to work in a cardiac unit, I noticed people who had purpose and did community service healed quicker, way quicker. They were up and at 'em like this. Why? Because they wanted to get back. They wanted to get back to serving others. They wanted to get back to the people who needed them, to what they did for the community to make it better. Your inner genius can support being of service to others. You can ask the question, what is my next best step to support my well being and those around me? Serving others outside yourself is one of the best ways to recalibrate your ability to listen to yourself. You may not have enough motivation to focus just on yourself, but when you focus on improving to benefit your community, this may be just what you need to inspire you to focus inward. and to identify tangible next steps. My hope for you, I hope you connect to your desire to be of service and help make things better for others. I hope you use this motivation to help build the discipline to check in and listen to your inner genius. Celebrate! Woo! Okay, celebrate. The more you praise and celebrate your life, the more there is in life to celebrate. Oprah Winfrey. Celebration is a powerful way to honor yourself. It helps to affirm changes and behaviors that support you to be and do your best. The next time you're around a small child, notice how often their loved ones celebrate their actions. This celebration helps to affirm behaviors. Celebration works for adults too, and yet is highly underutilized. It's like we forget how. A large part of my workday is celebrating people and teaching others to celebrate others. And the funny part is, I don't do it just so we can all feel good. I do it for healing. Healing happens when we celebrate. It's an important part of it. Taking time to celebrate supports being in the moment and makes an imprint on behaviors that led to the success. It will encourage the repetition of those behaviors. Adults benefit from celebration a lot. If celebration is not something you are accustomed to, you can make it a habit through practice. It's normal to feel uncomfortable, especially if this is a new habit. I encourage you to put your curiosity hat on and learn why celebrating feels uncomfortable. Celebrating milestones, positive health changes, exercise, anything done consistently that helps you, accomplishments, and anything else you put energy into that produces a beneficial outcome should be celebrated. Celebrate it all. Normalize celebrating yourself and the adults around you as just a part of the process, the completion process. Adults benefit from acknowledgement, affirmation, and praise. Do the following to create more celebration. One, celebrate others. It all starts with you. Celebrate others, you change the culture around you. It feels good to recognize others and celebrate them. Have fun with this. Make a conscious effort to celebrate others once or more per day. At first, it might feel a little challenging and a little uncomfortable, but it's so worth it. And you'll see it's like fire, it catches. Other people will start to do the same. They'll follow you. Two, ask the closest people in your life to help you with this. First, let them know what you're working on personally and professionally. Ask them if they notice you've accomplished something to please celebrate you with words of praise or any other celebratory gestures that feel right. Again, it might feel awkward, but fake it until you make it. Three, this step is the most important. Celebrate yourself. Notice when you succeed. Notice when you win at something and give yourself a pat on the back. When you look into the mirror, tell yourself, I'm proud of you. Carla, I'm proud of you for reading this. This whole book. There you go. It's uncomfortable, but we got to practice. I'm trying to role model. My hope for you. May you notice your wins and may you take the time to celebrate them. I hope you are diligent in honoring your positive outcomes and normalizing celebration for others. All right, inner genius to the rescue. I have to have my, hold on. Oh, what's that? Okay. Oh, and a little water. We're in the home stretch, everybody. If you're just joining, welcome. Thank you. I've been reading my whole book. We're 4 hours in. It's been a process. All right, inner genius to the rescue. Life's challenges are not supposed to paralyze you. They're supposed to help you discover who you are, by Bernice Johnson Regan. Your inner genius can be used for transitioning through different life challenges during times of turmoil when the mind can deliver so many thoughts that may not be useful or helpful. Tuning into your inner genius can help to ground and stabilize you so you can identify your next best steps. My story. A few years ago, we moved. This meant new jobs, new schools, new neighborhood, new everything. It was new state. I mean, it was culture shock. It felt like culture shock. We only had 2 weeks to find a new place, and it was all done online. Oh my gosh. I it was really stressful. It was a very stressful time. I was not familiar with the new area, and there were so many suburbs to look at and consider. I was concerned about safety, schools, food, nature, finances, so many things. I was letting my mind run wild. I was overwhelmed. I had so many unhelpful thoughts. I kept thinking, what if this happens? What if that happens? It was awful. I felt unable to decide. I was running out of time. And then I remembered, oh my gosh, I have a system for this. Hello. I remembered to stop, take a deep breath, connect to the moment, and ask my absolute favorite question. What is one small thing I can do right now that will most benefit my well being? The answer was go on a walk. And I went on a walk. And upon my return, I asked my next favorite question. What's my next best step? I had an immediate answer. Ask others familiar with the area for recommendations. Hello. That's what happens. We get so wrapped up in the what ifs and the minds and the hamster wheel of our mind that we can't think clearly. So it's really good to ground yourself, ask yourself what's that one small thing I can do to take care of myself right now, and then what's my next best step. We have to bring our rational mind and tune in. So I kept asking the question to identify my next best step, and I moved from overwhelmed to empowered and meaningful action. There were more stressful moments during that time, but I kept loyal to the process of being mindful and in the moment, asking for my next best step. It's normal to forget you have answers. You can empower yourself by being in the moment and asking empowering questions like, what is one small thing I can do right now? And what is my next best step? And I promise you it works. Don't take it from me. Try it. Take it on a test drive. You'll see right away it is so helpful. So helpful to just ask yourself, what's the one small thing? You always know. I promise. All right. I give you a practice section in this. So cool. My hope for you, I hope you notice the times your mind is having thoughts that are not helpful. I hope you take a few deep breaths to ground yourself and ask yourself empowering questions. I hope you remember you are the expert of you and you know what to do next. You really do. I promise. All right, getting out of autopilot. Oh my gosh, this one. Got to get out of autopilot. I pay attention to the little things because they tell me a lot about the big thing. And I don't know who the author of that is, but I like that quote. It's easy to go days, weeks, months, and years going through the motions from activity to activity without stopping to pay attention. It is crazy how many distractions are present in life. I call this going on autopilot. Being on autopilot makes it easier to make mistakes. Autopilot also means you're not in the present moment. Your energy isn't here. You're not operating at full capacity. It gets in the way of making the best choices and being fully present in your life. When not present, it's difficult to fully enjoy your life. Two ways to help yourself spend less time in autopilot is one, to take 5 deep breaths. Oh, how funny. Instagram, I guess you can do um you can only be live for 4 hours. Good to know. All right, I'm just going on Instagram one more time in case anyone wanted to hear the end. Okay. So, two ways to spend less time in autopilot. One, take 5 deep breaths and ask yourself, help me. You can tell yourself, help me tune into my inner genius. When you feel grounded and connected, ask yourself, what affirmation will help me stay connected? Or what phrase? If that doesn't resonate, affirmation, you can say, what phrase will help me stay connected, intentional, and mindful of my actions? Whatever comes to you, write it down immediately. Moving forward, you'll be repeating this phrase to stay mindful and present. Your phrase may change in the future. Be flexible. Repeat your phrase often. You will literally be changing your mind. You will find yourself more engaged in your life and intentional of your actions. The quality of your life and your well being will improve the more time you spend in the present moment. My hope for you. I hope you become an active participant in your life. I hope you are mindful and present moment to moment. Okay, we're in the last part. If you're still with me, let me know in the comments. Say hi. I'm excited that you're still here, and we are almost done. Um, wow, 4 hours. And a few of you have been with me the whole time. I can't believe that you would give me 4 hours of your time. That is absolutely amazing to me. And there's my beautiful son, Alejandro. Welcome, Alejandro. Well, Sarah, I would never expect you to give me 4 whole hours. All right, Jordan's still here. Yay. Okay, here we go. Home stretch. Part 5, Inner Genius Stories. Okay, this one's personal. Here we go. Inner genius and depression. I found that with depression, one of the most important things you could realize is that you're not alone. Dwayne Johnson. My story. I have a history of depression. Oh, thanks, Andre. I battle with depression, and I try to talk about it as much as I can to normalize it, but it's a very real part of my life. Oh, thank you, Dio. Ay, qué bueno. El siguiente paso, honestamente, tía, estoy en proceso de publicar mis libros en español y eres mi inspiración en hacer eso. Okay, so here we go. I do have a history of depression. I do battle with it, and It's a very real part of my life. So here's my story. It's an ongoing challenge that I've worked through with counseling, medication, health behavior changes. My most recent bout of depression happened this last. Actually, I had another bout of depression after this, but this is when I wrote it. So, my second to last bout of, I would say, deep depression happened last year during COVID lock-in. I started to feel down, and I was being affected by my depression. During this time, I started praying. My regular routine for preventing depression was not enough. I was exercising, I was eating well, I was working on my affirmations, I was talking to my friends. I still felt down. I started asking myself, what is one small thing I can do right now? What can I do to work towards wellness? I promised myself I would be extra vigilant and look out for any signs or messages from my inner genius. Shortly after these prayers, I interacted with a patient who had a history of depression and PTSD, and he had a service dog for both diagnoses. I was curious, and he said something that really made me alert. It really opened my ears. He mentioned that his dog role modeled calm and inspired him to slow down and spend time one to one training, petting, connecting with his dog. He said all these things contributed to his wellness. He also mentioned that he was motivated to walk twice a day with his dog. All of this caught my attention, and I thought about my own situation and what the man said. At home that night, I prayed about it and asked for my next best step. I had many things to consider, like a son who had allergies and a husband who was not interested in having a dog. And I kept asking, what is my next best step? Each time I asked, I was guided by my inner genius to do research, to call and inquire, speak to certain people, look up options, and ultimately I found my dog, Coda. Coda's been a fantastic blessing. She was the answer to so many things for me. My relationship with her has taught me to slow down, spending time connecting, training her as has contributed to me feeling empowered. I also walk her twice a day. She's such a trooper. Sometimes we walk like hours, and she does it faithfully. I share this with you because I want to convey that being the expert of you and recognizing that you have an inner genius does not mean that you get sudden answers that solve all problems. It's more like step by step guidance, and it's small steps, one at a time. I also think it's important to note that consulting your inner genius does not mean you solve everything by yourself. It just means you identify the best steps to take, to be, to do your best, which often includes learning and reaching out to others mindfully. Many of us wish for answers to come wrapped up in beautiful one step packages, which is not how this works. When you are the expert of you and consult your inner genius, it involves listening and interacting, and answers often come one step at a time, one small step at a time. I hope my story encourages you to use your inner genius when it comes to your mental health. People pleasing. People pleasing and your inner genius. There is only one way to avoid criticism: do nothing, say nothing, and be nothing, by Aristotle. I am a people pleaser. I am. I really like people to like me, and often that gets in the way of doing what is best for all and living my best life. I've learned to use my inner genius to do better in this area. A few years ago, I started the practice of getting curious with my people pleasing, especially when it comes to my work. I learned when I'm people pleasing, it's often accompanied by a sense of obligation along with pressure in the gut. So, this is a side note. If you are a people pleaser, I encourage you to get to know signals. Like, where do you feel it in your body when you're going to start to do something that may not be what's best for you and others, but you're doing it out of motivation to please or avoid conflict? And start to know, where do you feel it in your body? Like me, it's right here in my gut. I feel it and right here in my throat. So when I feel those things, it's a signal like, oh, Carla, you're doing it. You're doing it. Back up. And I also think the word should is a trigger word for me now, triggering me to look at what it is I'm doing. Often things related with should are not what's best for myself and others. Welcome, Tim. I'm happy you're here. In those moments, I stop and take a deep breath and bring my awareness to the present moment. I try to create space by asking for a break, especially if I'm with someone. Oh, Jill. Oh, this is my work buddy, my accountability BFF. Thank you, Jill. It means a lot to me that you're here. I've been practicing, and you're not just my work buddy. We've definitely transitioned to every day. Are you a people pleaser? If you are, I really encourage you to look at this chapter and work through these prompts. Because if you are, it is likely you are participating in people pleasing that's not beneficial to you or others. And people pleasing drains your energy and it sucks your life force. So I encourage you to work through that section. All right, inner genius and career changes, because this happens in our lifetime. We change our career, we change our jobs. When I first became a nurse, it was a financial blessing for my family, but I did not love it. True story. I felt extremely challenged and I did not like many of the tasks I had to do. I felt this deep desire to work with my patients on happiness and wellness, but so much of what I was tasked to do had little to do with anything wellness. I felt like I had a long to-do list of things to complete, and most of them had nothing to do with my patients' healing. I was deeply unhappy, and it was a challenging time. My saving grace was that I kept praying and asking, what is one small thing? This is so true. I ask this all the time during those days. What is one small thing I can do that contributes to healing? Whatever the answer, I followed it. Sometimes it was about making my patients laugh or finding one patient to talk about health and wellness. Sometimes the action items had to do with supporting my nursing colleagues or other clinicians that worked in the hospital with their own health. It made me feel happy to do the one thing that mattered to me each day. One day it occurred to me that I could ask this question more than once per day. That was revolutionary. I started asking twice a day, what can I do to support the healing of others? I started asking my inner genius lots of questions throughout the day, like, how can I support the healing of my patients? How can I support the healing of my colleagues? What can I do today to help bring awareness to prevention? The more I asked my inner genius questions regarding what I could do, the more I did the actions suggested, the better I felt. With time, it led to getting more experience with healing and prevention and led to different opportunities, including projects, changes in my role, and eventually it led to different jobs and it led to my first book and this book. Just asking that question over and over again. This process started over 14 years ago, and now I do the work I love. I love 99.6% of what I get to do. That is really high. That's not normal. I feel so blessed. And when I think about what got me here, it was realizing that I am the expert of me and tuning in. And this story is so important because whatever it is you're working on, whatever it is that I'm going to work on next, it's really overwhelming to think of the bigger picture. But when we feel lost and overwhelmed by a process, like whether it's our finances, our work, our parenting, our relationship, if we stay consistent with just asking that little question, what is one small thing I can do today? What is one small thing I can do right here, right now? And we keep doing that over and over and over, it leads us to the absolute best places. Another question that I love to ask, and I asked it before I went live today with all of you. I said, how can I be of service? How can I be of service today? Okay, we're at the conclusion. Start where you are. Use what you have, do what you can, by Arthur Ashe. You are the expert of you. No one knows you better. You are the expert, but you must get skilled at accessing the information to benefit from that expertise. That unique expertise can only be accessed by being still and listening. This book came to be from my desire to convey how important you are to your happiness and healing. I have dedicated my life to finding real and tangible ways to support people to heal. And what I have found is it's not anything I or anyone can do. Healing happens from within. I get to work with thousands of people who want to feel and do better in their life. I witness that while it helps to eat good food, it helps to exercise, it helps to listen to medical advice, to manage stress, to sleep better, etc., etc. The most important factor, the most important factor of health and happiness is your willingness to take responsibility and start to listen to yourself. What a funny feeling to search everywhere only to find the answer is right here inside you. I'm wishing you nothing but the best, and I'm rooting for your success always. And one of my favorite parts of my book is that another thing I had to fight for from these darn formatters was I'm rooting for you on every left page. I am rooting for you because I want you to know that I may not be with you or be able to talk to you, but I am rooting for you to do and be your absolute best at all times. And I can't thank you enough for joining me today. I have a promise. Are you ready for the promise? Always be a first-rate version of yourself and not a second-rate version of someone else. Judy Garland. You are uniquely you. If you get nothing else from this book, may it be to always remember you know yourself best. You are the expert of you, and when you learn anything new, always ask yourself, how does this apply to me? And or how can I tweak this to work for me? You know best, and when you tailor things to work for you, you will be unstoppable. Invest in knowing yourself. Understand your strengths and your opportunities, and then tailor whatever new information you receive to work for you. Remember always, 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 you have the best answers and the best guidance. All you need to do is ask. No matter the situation, you can stop and ask your inner genius for guidance. It will always guide you to the best answer. Your best life is waiting for you. I'm rooting for your success, Carla. That's it. And the rest of the book just has tools for reference. I'm just taking a moment to enjoy. I really thought I wasn't going to make it to the end of this I can't tell you how many times I wanted to quit. Thank you, Jill. Hundreds. And I can't thank enough my family and friends and colleagues. Oh, Carrie, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for everything you do. Thank you. Um, Thank you. I guess that's all I can say is thank you. I appreciate you all so much. I hope this was helpful. And if it is helpful, make sure you share it out with someone. Let them know that there is a very practical guide out there supporting you to be and do your best. All right. Have a great day. Thank you. Bye. Bye, everyone. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you. Oh, Sarah, thank you. I love you.